Chapter 754. After hearing LV Hushan's words, not only did Yuan Weiqing not feel relieved, he became even more worried. LV Hushan, this won't do. I won't agree. You have to stay at the front. The two of us will block Yi Tianhua together. Otherwise, I won't agree. LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you chose to stand at the front. I didn't force you to. Since you chose it, then do it. Yuan Weiqing sneered. LV Hushan, although I chose it, I'm going back on my words now. I want the two of us to stand at the front. Do you agree? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, the attacks from the back are insufficient. I have to stay at the back. At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, don't say any more. You only need to block 1 or 2 attacks from Yi Tianhua. At that time, no one will split the elixirs with you. Isn't that great? What are you dissatisfied with? Yuan Weiqing shook his head and sneered. LV Hushan, no. If I stand at the front alone, I'm afraid that the person who needs to practice martial arts will be you, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned. Then, he hurriedly waved his hand and forced a smile. Yuan Weiqing, look at what you're saying. You're obviously the one who contributed the most. How can the person who practiced martial arts be me? Don't joke around, I'll take it seriously. Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, you don't have to say any more. I know what you're thinking. You want to wait for Yi Tianhua to kill me so that you can practice martial arts, right? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for LV Hushan to reply, he continued. LV Hushan, although your idea is good, let me tell you, it's impossible. Even if I agree to it, do you think that you can get what you want? Seeing that Yuan Weiqing had already seen through his thoughts, LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I have already said that I will not compete with you for those spiritual herbs, is it not enough? Yuan Weiqing shook his head and spoke with a sneer. LV Hushan, if I don't tell you, then your idea will never come true. Don't forget, I can't block Yi Tianhua's attacks alone. Maybe Yi Tianhua will kill me in the first round and break through my line of defense. Yuan Weiqing paused and turned to look at LV Hushan. LV Hushan, if Yi Tianhua breaks through my defensive line, who do you think his first target will be? He asked with a cold smile. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment. Then, he waved his hand. How can that be? How can Yi Tianhua break through your defense line so easily? If I'm not wrong, he will need at least 2 attacks before he can really deal a heavy blow to you. At that time, he will break through your defense line and rush to the back. But at that time, I believe that under the joint attack of the 3 of us, Yi Tianhua will probably be injured by us. What is there to worry about? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered and shook his head. LV Hushan, don't lie to me, and don't lie to yourself. I can assure you that once we attack Yi Tianhua, he won't hold back this time. He will definitely attack with all his strength. At that time, I'm afraid that none of us will be a match for him in one move. LV Hushan, even if you hide in the back, you will definitely not be safe. Because once Yi Tianhua breaks through your defense line, I dare say that his first target will definitely be you. There is absolutely no doubt about this. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused and turned to look at LV Hushan. He sneered and asked, LV Hushan, do you think that you can block Yi Tianhua's attack with your martial arts? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, even if Yi Tianhua breaks through your defense line, how can you be sure that his first target will be me? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Yuan Weiqing sneered. LV Hushan, you still don't believe me? Let me tell you, once Yi Tianhua breaks through my defense line, the first person he will attack will definitely be you. Do you believe me? LV Hushan shook his head. I don't believe you. There are 3 people behind us. How can he attack me first? You must be scaring me, right? Yuan Weiqing ignored LV Hushan's words and said directly, LV Hushan, think about it. Even if Yi Tianhua breaks through my defense line, do you think he will attack Hall Leader Shui? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but immediately after, He did not wait for LV Hushan to reply and continued speaking. No, I can tell you with certainty that he will definitely not attack Hall Leader Shui, because once he attacks Hall Leader Shui, it will immediately cause a fight between the two gangs. Yi Tianhua does not want to cause a fight between the two gangs, so even if he wants to attack Hall Leader Shui, I'm afraid he will leave it until the last one. Do you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you're the one who said it. When the time comes, who knows what will happen? Who knows who Yi Tianhua will really make a move on? Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing sneered and shook his head. LV Hushan, I don't care if you believe it or not, but this is the truth. No matter what, Yi Tianhua won't be the first to attack Hall Master Shui. He will only leave Hall Master Shui to the end. Perhaps, in the end, the two of them won't fight. Also, let's talk about whether Yi Tianhua will attack Vice Hall Leader Zhong first. I can tell you with certainty that he won't. Vice Hall Leader Zhong's son was in an accident. Think about it, would Yi Tianhua still attack him? Therefore, Yi Tianhua's first target will definitely be you, someone who has nothing to do with him. LV Hushan, this is all true. I won't lie to you. No matter what the result is, as long as Yi Tianhua breaks through my defense line, then the next unlucky one will be you. Do you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, cold sweat gradually appeared on LV Hushan's forehead. He originally thought that if he hid at the back and there were 3 people behind him, even if Yi Tianhua broke through the front line of defense, he wouldn't necessarily do anything to him. It was because of this that he was completely at ease. However, after hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly realized that Yuan Weiqing was right. What he said might really happen. Hall Leader Shui was the hall leader of the secret Thunder sect in the south region. Once Yi Tianhua attacked him, it meant that there would be a fight between the two gangs. From what happened just now, it could be seen that Yi Tianhua did not want to cause a fight between the two gangs. Therefore, Yuan Weiqing was right. Yi Tianhua's first target would definitely not be Hall Leader Shui. And Vice Hall Leader Zhong could not be his first target because Yi Tianhua would definitely feel guilty if Vice Hall Leader Zhong's son was killed. Under such circumstances, even LV Hushan did not believe that Yi Tianhua would attack Vice Hall Leader Zhong. Since Yi Tianhua could not attack Hall Leader Shui and Vice Hall Leader Zhong after breaking through the defense line, then the first target would undoubtedly be him. Thinking of this, more cold sweat appeared on LV Hushan's forehead. After a while, he looked up at Yuan Weiqing and said in a trembling voice, Yuan Weiqing, you're lying to me, right? Seeing LV Hushan's sweaty appearance, Yuan Weiqing sneered and shook his head. LV Hushan, if you and I were to stand in front, perhaps Yi Tianhua's first target would be me and not you. As long as Yi Tianhua attacks me, then you'll be safe. What's there to worry about, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, that's impossible. Even if I stand in front, Yi Tianhua's first target will probably be me, not you. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, don't lie to me. Yi Tianhua once injured you. He must feel guilty about it. When the time comes, why would he attack you first? His first target will definitely be me, an unrelated person. If he does this, at least he won't feel guilty, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head and sighed. Then he slowly said, LV Hushan, you're wrong. Yi Tianhua won't feel guilty towards me because I was indeed the one who launched a sneak attack on him and was forced to retaliate. That's why I was injured. The most important thing is that when I attacked him with all my strength, he already felt it. He knows that I attacked him with all my strength, so he must be dissatisfied. In addition, I put forward a lot of conditions to him just now. He will definitely hate me even more. LV Hushan, in this situation, as long as our team attacks, his first target will definitely be me because he hates me for sneaking an attack on him. He hates me for putting forward various conditions to him. In short, he won't let me go. On the contrary, you, an outsider, should be much safer because you didn't sneak an attack on him or put forward various conditions to him. Therefore, His first target will definitely be me, not you. Do you understand? After hearing this, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment. He pondered carefully in his heart whether Yuan Weiqing's words made sense. LV Hushan had already realized that if Yuan Weiqing was alone in front of him and he stayed behind, it really didn't seem safe. Yuan Weiqing's martial arts were already very weak. As long as Yi Tianhua attacked, he would immediately be defeated and break through the defense line. At that time, as long as Yi Tianhua broke through the defense line set up by Yuan Weiqing, his first target would definitely be him. Thinking of Yi Tianhua's beautiful sword light, LV Hushan was sure that he definitely wouldn't be able to block it. This meant that if he stayed behind, it might be even more dangerous. If he stayed in front, things would really develop as Yuan Weiqing said. Yi Tianhua's first target would be Yuan Weiqing. Then, he would only be a bystander and definitely wouldn't be hurt. The crux of the problem was, would Yi Tianhua's first target really be himself like Yuan Weiqing said? LV Hushan carefully thought about what Yuan Weiqing said just now and gradually believed what Yuan Weiqing said in his heart. Just now, it was indeed Yuan Weiqing who sneaked an attack on Yi Tianhua. Moreover, it was indeed a sneak attack with all his strength. After the sneak attack, Yuan Weiqing raised many conditions to Yi Tianhua. These conditions were very harsh and Yi Tianhua was already a little annoyed. Since Yi Tianhua was a little annoyed, would his first target be so annoyed that he wanted to get rid of Yuan Weiqing? If Yi Tianhua really thought so, then wouldn't he be safe? Seeing that LV Hushan lowered his head and didn't say anything, Yuan Weiqing sneered in his heart and said slowly, "LV Hushan, don't hesitate. Don't tell me you don't believe my words. If you stay in front, there won't be any danger." After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly raised his head and asked doubtfully, "Yuan Weiqing, since Yi Tianhua will attack me, then what's the point of having me stay at the front?" Hearing LV Hushan's question, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, "LV Hushan, don't underestimate yourself. How can it be meaningless for me to keep you at the front?" At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for LV Hushan to reply and continued. "LV Hushan, the main reason I'm keeping you at the front is because I hope that when I attack Yi Tianhua, you can attack him from behind and restrain him. I believe that with you helping me from the side, Yi Tianhua will definitely be caught off guard. When that happens, won't the pressure on me be reduced by a lot? Maybe Yi Tianhua will let me go and then both of us will be safe. Don't you think so?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan thought about it in his heart and nodded. "Yuan Weiqing, if that's the case, then I can promise you that I'll stay at the front with you and help you at the crucial moment." At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to reply and continued. "Yuan Weiqing, I can stay at the front to help you, but you have to promise me that once we successfully capture Yi Tianhua, when it's time to split the spiritual medicine, we'll split it equally. What do you think?" Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but frown. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "LV Hushan, that's impossible. My contribution is greater than yours. Even if you stay at the front, it's still the two of us blocking the front together, so our contribution is the same. However, when I ambushed Yi Tianhua just now, my contribution is greater than yours. So, if you want to split the spiritual medicine equally, I can't agree." At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for LV Hushan to reply and continued. "Unless you stay at the front yourself." Chapter 755. Yuan Weiqing smiled and said, "LV Hushan, if you stay at the front, we can split all the elixirs equally. What do you think?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. "Yuan Weiqing, how can you do that? If you stay at the front alone, you won't be able to block Yi Tianhua's attack. Are you saying that if I stay at the front alone, I will be able to block Yi Tianhua's attack?" Yuan Weiqing shook his head. "LV Hushan, you don't understand. Yi Tianhua hates me. If he sees me blocking the front, he will definitely not hold back and I will naturally be in danger. But you are different. You have no enmity with Yi Tianhua. I don't believe that Yi Tianhua will attack someone who has no enmity with him. LV Hushan, Yi Tianhua is not a ruthless person. So you can rest assured that his first attack will be a probing attack. It will not be strong. As long as you make good use of this, you will definitely be able to safely avoid Yi Tianhua's attack. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, this is absolutely not possible. If you want me to stay at the front, you must let the two of us stay at the front. If you don't agree, then you should stay at the front alone. I will hide at the back. What do you think? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, how can this be? Don't tell me you don't want those elixirs. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan nodded. Of course I want them. But you should be very clear that relying on me alone, it is absolutely impossible to block Yi Tianhua's attack. So if you want to stay, we will stay together. Otherwise, you will stay alone. You choose. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and lowered his head to think for a moment. Then he slowly said, LV Hushan, if you agree to stay at the front alone, then I can give you 60% of the elixirs. What do you think? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, no. Even if you give me 60% of the elixirs, I will never agree. Seeing that LV Hushan did not agree to his conditions, Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth and said, LV Hushan, if you stay in the front, I can give you 70% of the elixirs. Is that okay? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. LV Hushan, I'll give you 70% of the spirit herbs. That's not a small amount. Do you know how many 70% spirit herbs there are? It's a lot, 40% more than me. Are you still not satisfied? Don't forget how big my contribution is. As long as you stand in front and block Yi Tianhua's attack, you can get 70% of the spiritual herbs. LV Hushan, you have to think carefully. You only have one chance. If you miss it, you won't have another chance. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered in his heart. He had already understood this point. Naturally, he would not fall for Yuan Weiqing's trick. So what if he could get 70% of the spiritual medicine? Could it be that with his own strength, he could block Yi Tianhua's attack? Impossible. Even LV Hushan was sure that he couldn't block Yi Tianhua's attack. If he was accidentally killed by Yi Tianhua, even if he got 100% of the elixirs, he wouldn't be able to get it. Therefore, even if LV Hushan really wanted those elixirs, he would never agree to stay in front alone and block Yi Tianhua's attack. Yuan Weiqing, that's impossible. Even if you give me 70% of the elixirs, I won't agree to stay in front alone and block Yi Tianhua's attack. At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, Yi Tianhua's martial arts are very strong. The people in front, whether it's you or me, will definitely not be able to block his attack. Therefore, don't think too much. We can only rely on the combined strength of the two of us to block Yi Tianhua's attack. Don't you understand? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed in his heart. He knew that he couldn't fool LV Hushan anymore. However, even though he knew that he couldn't fool LV Hushan, Yuan Weiqing still wanted to try. LV Hushan, if you agree to stay in front and block Yi Tianhua's attack alone, then I'll promise you that when it's time to split the elixirs, I'll give you 80% of the elixirs. Are you satisfied now? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's offer, LV Hushan was very tempted. He wanted to agree because if he succeeded, he would get 80% of the elixirs. With 80% of the elixirs, LV Hushan was sure that even if he cultivated with Yuan Weiqing at the same time, his cultivation speed would be much faster. If Yuan Weiqing needed 80 years to master his martial arts, then if he ate 80% of the elixirs, he might be able to master it in 40 years. Thinking of this, LV Hushan was really tempted because everything that was said just now was just everyone's guess. Yi Tianhua's martial arts were indeed very high, but don't forget that the secret thunder sect of the South region also had thunderbolt pills. In addition, Hall Master Xue knew the star technique. Perhaps Yi Tianhua would be injured by the thunderbolt pills before he could rush over. If things really developed like this, wouldn't it mean that 80% of the elixirs were almost the same as picking them up from the ground? As the protector of the secret thunder sect of the South region, LV Hushan naturally knew the power of the thunderbolt pills in his sect. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to catch one, let alone Hall Master Shuai and Vice Hall Master Zhong. LV Hushan could guarantee that if Hall Master Shuai and Vice Hall Master Zhong were to go all out, there would be dozens of thunderbolt pills thrown out at once. With so many thunderbolt pills forming an inescapable net in the air, even if Yi Tianhua's martial arts were strong, could he escape the inescapable net formed by the thunderbolt pills? Thinking of this, LV Hushan suddenly gained a lot of confidence because what he imagined just now might really happen. First of all, as long as the two sides fought, he would definitely be the first to attack. This was because he came prepared and would definitely catch Yi Tianhua off guard. As long as Hall Master Shuai and Vice Hall Master Zhong were the first to throw out dozens of thunderbolt pills, forming an inescapable net. At that time, would Yi Tianhua, who was currently in the inescapable net, have the ability to rush out? When he rushed out, he might already be seriously injured. How much martial arts would a seriously injured Yi Tianhua have left? Maybe, thinking of this, an image suddenly appeared in LV Hushan's mind. Yi Tianhua swayed as he rushed out of the smoke. At that time, would he still have a sword in his hand? Even his sword would have been blown away. How much martial arts would Yi Tianhua have left after he lost his sword? When Yi Tianhua, who was seriously injured and had lost his sword, rushed in front of him, his martial arts might not even be as good as Lin Fan's. At that time, wouldn't Lin Fan be able to capture him? LV Hushan was very clear that if he captured Yi Tianhua, when the time came to split the elixirs, Yuan Weiqing would be lucky if he could get 10% of the elixirs. Thinking that all the elixirs would belong to him, LV Hushan was really happy. Even so, he did not dare to agree. This was because he was very clear that what happened just now was just his imagination. Yi Tianhua's martial arts were strong. Even if he was seriously injured, he was definitely not someone Lin Fan could handle. If Yi Tianhua was seriously injured in the inescapable net and collapsed to the ground, Lin Fan would have gotten a huge advantage. But if Yi Tianhua was only slightly injured, when he rushed out, he would definitely be furious. And Lin Fan, who was in front of him, would definitely not be able to escape. Thinking of this, LV Hushan could not help but shiver. He turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and smiled bitterly. Yuan Weiqing, I think it's better to forget about it. Even if you give me all the elixirs, once Yi Tianhua rushes over, I won't be able to stop him. LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. He let out a sigh and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, I think it's better for the two of us to stay in front. This is safer. Once we are attacked by Yi Tianhua, the two of us can take care of each other and the danger will be reduced. Don't you think so? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing could not help but frown and ask tentatively, LV Hushan, are you saying that even if I give you 80% of the elixirs, you won't agree? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I already said that even if you give me 100% of the elixirs, I can't agree to it because I definitely won't be able to stop Yi Tianhua's attack by myself. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and raised his broken arm. He smiled bitterly and said, LV Hushan, do you think that a one-armed person like me can be of any help to you? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for LV Hushan to reply, he continued to speak. LV Hushan, my arm is seriously injured and I only have 10 to 20% of my martial arts left. Even if I stay in front, do you think I'll be of any use? Who knows, not only will I not be of any use, but I'll also bring you trouble. Wouldn't that be terrible? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, that won't happen. Even if you only have 1 or 2 levels of martial arts left, it won't be a problem. Because even if you stay in front, you'll at least be able to hold Yi Tianhua back. So don't worry, you'll definitely be of help to me. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing smiled bitterly and sighed. LV Hushan, I think it's better to forget about it. I just attacked Yi Tianhua. After he sees me, he'll definitely be angry and increase his attack power. When that happens, won't you be as unlucky as me? LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, don't say any more. Although you sneak attacked Yi Tianhua, but from the conversation just now, all of us can see that he actually doesn't hate you. On the contrary, he even feels a little guilty towards you. Yuan Weiqing, if we use Yi Tianhua's guilt to our advantage, maybe we won't be in any danger at all. Don't you think so? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. LV Hushan, how is that possible? Not to mention, I did attack Yi Tianhua just now. Yi Tianhua also said that he won't forgive me. Later on, I made a lot of excessive demands of him. So I'm sure that Yi Tianhua definitely hates me. As long as he sees me, don't talk about guilt. I'm afraid that he'll take out his sword and kill me to vent his hatred. LV Hushan, believe me, even if I stay in front, I won't be of any help to you. I think it's better to follow what Vice Hall Master Zhong said just now. You stay in front to block Yi Tianhua, and I'll stay behind to attack Yi Tianhua. This is the safest way, don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was a little annoyed. Yuan Weiqing, what are you talking about? Just now, you were the one who stayed in front alone. You said no, so I agreed to help you. But look, even now, you want me to stay at the front alone. I don't think I'll help you. You stay at the front by yourself. I'll stay at the back. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, if you want to stay in front, you said it yourself. I didn't force you. Since you said you want to stay in front, and I didn't stop you, you should stay in front. I'll follow Vice Hall Master Zhong's words and stay behind to attack Yi Tianhua. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, don't forget that the main reason we want to capture Yi Tianhua is because of you. If you don't want to stay at the front, then I think we should just give up on this plan. Yuan Weiqing, as long as we give up this plan, I'm afraid you won't even get a single gold coin. At that time, let's see what you'll do. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. After reacting, he sneered and said, LV Hushan, I admit that catching Yi Tianhua will be beneficial to me. And don't forget that once we catch Yi Tianhua, you also want to practice martial arts. If that's the case, how can you say that this matter has nothing to do with you? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan couldn't help but frown. Yuan Weiqing, I'm different from you. Even if I don't practice martial arts, at least I'm not disabled. But you're different. If you don't practice martial arts, your life will be ruined. So, this battle between us is all for you. If you still hide in the back, then I don't think there's any need to continue this battle. Don't you think so? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing knew that he couldn't hide anymore. He could only sigh and slowly say, LV Hushan, to be honest, my martial arts have been greatly reduced. Even if I stay in front, there's no use. Moreover, Yi Tianhua hates me very much. If I stay in front, I might even implicate you. Chapter 756. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head. No, you'll only help me if you stay in the front. Why would you get me involved? At the same time, LV Hushan sneered in his heart because he also believed what Yuan Weiqing had just said. Yuan Weiqing had attacked Yi Tianhua. Not only that, but he also refused to admit it. In the end, he even asked Yi Tianhua for various conditions. Through Yi Tianhua's behavior, Yuan Weiqing could see that he was a little annoyed. This was the result that LV Hushan wanted. As long as Yi Tianhua was annoyed with Yuan Weiqing, he would naturally hate him. At that time, his first target would naturally be Yuan Weiqing. As long as Yi Tianhua attacked Yuan Weiqing, he would be safe. Although Yi Tianhua had killed Yuan Weiqing and would still attack him, LV Hushan had already thought of a countermeasure for this. In this battle, the first person to attack would definitely be him. LV Hushan believed that with the sudden attack of Vice Hall Leader Zhong and Hall Leader Shui, even if they couldn't catch Yi Tianhua, they could at least injure him. When Yi Tianhua attacked Yuan Weiqing, Hall Leader Shui and Vice Hall Leader Zhong would launch the second round of attack. When the second round of attack came, Yi Tianhua might have been seriously injured. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to attack him. At that time, he would naturally be safe. Even if Yi Tianhua wasn't seriously injured in the second round of attack, LV Hushan wouldn't be worried. This was because when Yi Tianhua attacked Yuan Weiqing, he would have already run far away. As for helping Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan didn't even think about it. Who was Yi Tianhua? LV Hushan was certain that if he dared to help when Yi Tianhua was attacking Yuan Weiqing, Yi Tianhua wouldn't even need to attack him head-on. He would only need to use a backhand strike to cripple him like Yuan Weiqing, but more likely, he would be killed by Yi Tianhua. Because of this, LV Hushan had already thought it through. Once Yi Tianhua attacked Yuan Weiqing, what he had to do was not to attack, but to retreat. After Yuan Weiqing heard LV Hushan's words, he sighed, "LV Hushan, if I block in front, Yi Tianhua might be the next one to attack. Therefore, when the time comes, you must help me restrain Yi Tianhua from behind. Do you understand?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan hurriedly nodded. "Of course. Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to worry. As long as Yi Tianhua attacks you, I will definitely attack Yi Tianhua from behind so that he won't have time to attack you." At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. "Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to worry. This is just your guess. Maybe the first person Yi Tianhua attacks will be me. When the time comes, I also hope that you will attack Yi Tianhua from behind to share some of my pressure. Yuan Weiqing, please." Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing sighed silently. He knew very well how dangerous this battle would be. When he ambushed Yi Tianhua just now, he had already seen Yi Tianhua's martial arts. Yuan Weiqing was sure that if Yi Tianhua attacked him, he wouldn't have any hope of blocking him. Most importantly, he had offended Yi Tianhua just now and made all sorts of requests. He might have already angered Yi Tianhua. When the battle started, Yi Tianhua's first target might be him because of hatred. However, at this point, Yuan Weiqing had no other choice. As long as he wanted to practice martial arts, he had to stand in front. This was his only chance. Of course, Yuan Weiqing could also choose not to practice martial arts, but he was unwilling to do so. If he didn't choose to practice martial arts, his life would really be wasted. Seeing that the two of them had made up their minds, Zhong Chunren nodded in satisfaction and asked with a smile, "Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, have you guys decided to stand in front together?" Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing nodded at the same time but didn't say anything. Zhong Chunren ignored their silence and turned to look at Xue Zhizheng. He said with a smile, "Hall Master Xue, let Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan stay in front while the two of us stay behind and attack Yi Tianhua. What do you think?" After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng nodded and said with a smile, "Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan are good. They know that Yi Tianhua's martial arts are strong, but they are not afraid. They are indeed very good." Speaking of this, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for anyone to answer him. "For Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan, we all have to work hard. Only by capturing Yi Tianhua can our plans succeed." After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren nodded and said with a smile, "In that case, let's get ready." At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for the others to answer his question and continued to speak. "LV Hushan, Yuan Weiqing, as long as the battle is over, I will go back and immediately build a secret room for you. I believe that in a few days, you will be able to cultivate successfully. At that time, you can go to the secret room to cultivate." After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing remembered that if he wanted to cultivate martial arts, he still needed to go to the secret room. Thinking of the secret room that Zhong Chunren mentioned, Yuan Weiqing's heart couldn't help but tremble. He suddenly said, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, I think that after the battle is over, even if we cultivate martial arts, we don't need to go to the secret room to cultivate. As long as we stay at home and cultivate, the effect will be the same. We also don't need to waste money to build a secret room. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren smiled and shook his head. "Yuan Weiqing, what Hall Master Xue said just now makes sense. If you are allowed to practice martial arts at home, your cultivation speed will definitely drop by a lot. If you cultivate in the secret room, there will be no distractions in your mind. If you cultivate properly, your cultivation speed will increase exponentially. So, I think it's better to follow Hall Master Shue's words and cultivate in the secret room. You can rest assured that the secret room I build will be very sturdy. When your martial arts reach the level of the one-armed Saber King, when will you be able to break the secret room with your martial arts? I think, under the drive of this kind of motivation, you and LV Hushan's cultivation speed will definitely be very fast. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Xue Zhijing nodded. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you are right. Only by cultivating martial arts in the secret room can we achieve the upper level of martial arts. Only then can we live up to our expectations. LV Hushan, Yuan Weiqing, you also have to work hard. Yuan Weiqing turned his head and looked at LV Hushan. He frowned and said, LV Hushan, are you willing to cultivate martial arts in the secret room? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't want to. If possible, even if it's a little slower, I'd rather cultivate at home. I don't want to cultivate in that secret room. It's too painful. After hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing quickly turned his head and looked at Zhong Chunren. He quickly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, you also heard that LV Hushan also doesn't want to cultivate in the secret room. So, I think we should forget about the matter of building the secret room. Let us stay at home and cultivate. What do you think? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to speak and said first, Yuan Weiqing, do you know how rare this opportunity to cultivate martial arts is? But you don't want to cultivate seriously. This is really disappointing. Yuan Weiqing, listen to me. Don't think about those things. As long as you cultivate in the secret room, it's better than anything else. Do you understand? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Hall Master Xue, if you want me to cultivate in the secret room, then I'd rather not cultivate. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing was stunned for a moment, but his heart was suddenly overjoyed. Wasn't this the reason he had been talking for so long? As long as Yuan Weiqing didn't want to cultivate martial arts, then naturally there was no need to fight with Yi Tianhua. Yi Tianhua didn't want the two gangs to fight, and Xue Zhijing didn't want to either. So, as long as the problem could be solved, he didn't want to cause more trouble. Moreover, for today's matter, Yi Tianhua had already agreed to compensate 1.5 million gold coins. In Xue Zhijing's opinion, this should be enough. However, if Yuan Weiqing wanted to cultivate martial arts, then this amount of gold coins would naturally not be enough. So, he could only capture Yi Tianhua and do as Zhong Chunren said and obtain more gold coins. But this was not the result Xue Zhijing wanted. So, he thought of this method to make things difficult for Yuan Weiqing and make him retreat. As long as Yuan Weiqing decided not to cultivate martial arts, this matter would be perfectly resolved. No matter what happened in the future, at least it wouldn't cause a fight between the two gangs. Thinking of this, Xue Zhijing raised his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, could it be that you really don't want to cultivate martial arts? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing let out a sigh. Head Xue, I really can't enjoy the backroom that you've built. If I had to live in that 1m wide backroom for dozens of years, I would rather not cultivate than suffer that torture. Xue Zhijing's words made Yuan Weiqing sigh. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan also smiled bitterly and said, Hall Master Xue, Yuan Weiqing is right. That kind of secret room can't be lived in. In order to cultivate martial arts, who would be able to endure suffering for a few decades? So, if you insist, then we can only withdraw. After hearing the two's words, Xue Zhijing waved his hand and said with a cold smile, Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, you want to be like the one-armed Saber King, but you don't want to suffer the pain that the one-armed Saber King went through. Do you think it's so easy to cultivate high-level martial arts? At this point, Xue Zhijing's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing to reply and continued. Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, the two of you remember, if you want to cultivate high-level martial arts, then you have to suffer enough to succeed. If you want to cultivate, then I can support you with all my strength. But if you don't want to cultivate, then don't waste our resources. You also know that if you want to cultivate high-level martial arts, then you have to pay a high price. Since you don't want to cultivate, then I think we should just drop this matter. What do you think? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then he whispered, Hallmaster Xue, we just want to stay at home and cultivate. It's not that we don't want to cultivate. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head and said with a sigh, Yuan Weiqing, if you want to cultivate high-level martial arts, then you have to listen to my instructions. Yuan Weiqing, I'm not trying to harm you. I know the one-armed Saber King, so I naturally know how he cultivated his martial arts. Therefore, I believe that if you want to stay at home and cultivate, it's absolutely impossible for you to cultivate to the upper level of martial arts. So, if you want to cultivate martial arts, then you have to follow the one-armed Saber King's method to succeed. Do you understand? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. Hallmaster Xue, I know you're doing this for our own good, but in that kind of secret room, no matter what, we can't stay there. Speaking up to here, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Xue Zhizheng to answer his words, and continued speaking. Hallmaster Xue, why don't you let us stay at home and cultivate? Even if our martial arts can't reach the one-armed Saber King's level, we won't regret it. What do you think? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, Hallmaster Xue, LV Hushan is right. Anyway, we don't want to reach the one-armed Saber King's level. Just let us stay at home and cultivate. As for what level we can cultivate to, we'll accept it. Hallmaster Xue, just give us this chance. After hearing the two's words, Xue Zhizheng smiled and nodded, LV Hushan, Yuan Weiqing, since you don't have the confidence to reach the one-armed Saber King's level of martial arts, and want to stay at home and cultivate instead of cultivating in the secret room, that's fine, I can agree. Speaking up to here, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan to answer his words, and continued speaking. However, since you don't care about the level of your martial arts, I think we have to change our plan. Spending a lot of money to buy elixirs, spending a lot of effort to obtain secret martial arts manuals, and medicinal herbs that can change one's martial arts talent, none of these are needed. Anyway, you don't care about the level of your martial arts. What's the use of us spending so much money? So, I've decided that today's matter will end here. After you go back to your own home and cultivate your martial arts. As for what level you can cultivate to, that's your own business. I won't interfere. LV Hushan, Yuan Weiqing, what do you think of this idea? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, and asked with some doubt, Hallmaster Xue, if we go home and cultivate, does that mean that the elixirs, secret martial arts manuals, and medicinal herbs that can change one's martial arts talent will all be gone? Chapter 757. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng smiled and nodded. Of course. Since you've decided to go home and practice martial arts, and you don't care about the results of your practice, then there's no need for us to continue fighting. Go back and practice well, right? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. He raised his hand and looked at his broken arm. Hallmaster Xue, does this mean my arm is like this? Xue Zhizheng sighed. Yuan Weiqing, Yi Tianhua has already agreed to compensate us with some gold coins. When the time comes, we can give you some as compensation. What do you think? Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. Hallmaster Xue, I can't practice martial arts, so I can only get some gold coins, right? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng spread out his hands and smiled bitterly. Yuan Weiqing, you've already said that you don't have any special requirements for the results of your practice. Since you want to practice at home, then this is the only way I can do it. Yuan Weiqing sighed. Hallmaster Xue, this means that as long as we want to practice martial arts, we have to practice in the secret room. Otherwise, you won't give us any help. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng couldn't help but frown. He said coldly, Yuan Weiqing, how else do you want to help? Yi Tianhua injured you, and he has already agreed to compensate you. And the amount is not small. Are you still not satisfied? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth and raised his arm. He said loudly, Hall Master Shui, does this mean that my arm is only worth 1 million gold coins? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhizheng frowned. Yuan Weiqing, what do you think? How much gold coins should it be worth? In fact, when Yuan Weiqing said those words, he was already regretting it. He attacked Yi Tianhua, and in the end, Yi Tianhua compensated him with 1 million gold coins. Normally speaking, this was not a small amount. It could even be considered a lot. Hearing Shui Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned but didn't say anything. He had nothing to say. Shui Zhizheng continued, Yuan Weiqing, just now we saw that your broken arm was pitiful, so we wanted to help you stand up again. However, you didn't need our help and wanted to cultivate by yourself at home. Yuan Weiqing, how can I not agree to this condition of yours, don't you think so? After hearing Shui Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, Hall Master Shui, being at home doesn't affect my cultivation. Who knows, my cultivation speed might even be faster. Hall Master Shui, please believe me. Just help me this once. If you let me cultivate at home, I will definitely not be lazy and cultivate seriously. I promise you that I will do as I say. Hall Master Shui, please rest assured that I will definitely do it. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhizheng shook his head slightly. Yuan Weiqing, that's impossible. Haven't I told you about the one-armed saber king? Speaking up to here, Shui Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words and continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, you should know that the one-armed saber king's martial arts talent is quite high. However, in order to cultivate the upper-level martial arts, he could only cultivate in a secret room. Only then could he succeed. I remember that the one-armed saber king once told me that in order to cultivate the upper-level martial arts and become a top expert, he must suffer torture that ordinary people can't endure. Only then can he become an expert of a generation. Yuan Weiqing, I had great hopes for you. I hoped that you would become the second one-armed saber king in the South region, so he agreed to help you and used his own money to build a secret room for you. However, you disappointed me too much. You want to cultivate the upper-level martial arts, but you don't want to cultivate in a secret room. Then let me ask you, how do you want me to believe you? Yuan Weiqing, even a person like the one-armed saber king has to cultivate in a secret room. Do you think that your martial arts talent is better than the one-armed saber king's? After hearing Shui Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing hastily said, Hall Master Shui, although my martial arts talent is not good, once I eat the medicine that you find that can increase my martial arts talent, my talent will naturally be higher than the one-armed saber king's. Hall Master Shui, as long as my martial arts talent is higher than the one-armed saber king's, then my cultivation speed will definitely be much faster than the one-armed saber king's. Don't you think so? Even if I cultivate at home, you definitely won't affect my cultivation speed. Hall Master Shui, you can rest assured that I will absolutely not let you down. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhizheng sneered in his heart. He could see that this guy in front of him wanted to cultivate martial arts, but didn't want to put in effort. It was really a good idea, but unfortunately, no one would help him. A person who didn't want to put in effort, who would help him? Shui Zhizheng coughed lightly, then slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, in fact, in my opinion, after having those gold coins, it will be enough for you to live a comfortable life. Why would you want to cultivate those martial arts? Don't you think so? Speaking up to here, Shui Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, cultivating martial arts is not a comfortable thing. You need to practice diligently and bitterly. Like I said just now, being locked in a secret room to cultivate, I think you won't be able to adapt to that kind of life. Why don't you just take those gold coins and enjoy life? After hearing Shui Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was suddenly stunned. For a moment, he was actually speechless. To the side, LV Hushan suddenly opened his mouth and said, Yuan Weiqing, Hall Master Shui is right. If you want to cultivate high-level martial arts, you must endure the most bitter of hardships. If you can't endure these hardships, even if you cultivate, I'm afraid you won't be able to achieve the desired results. Yuan Weiqing, I think it's better to just let it go. If you don't cultivate, we won't have to fight with Yi Tianhua anymore. Isn't that good? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly felt a little annoyed and turned to look at LV Hushan. LV Hushan, don't talk nonsense. How do you know that I'm not willing to endure hardships? Don't tell me that if I cultivate at home, it means that I don't want to endure hardships. Speaking up to here, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his words and continued speaking. LV Hushan, have you ever thought that even if I cultivate at home, as long as I persevere and keep working hard, I'm afraid that the effects will be better than cultivating in the secret room? Do you believe it? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I don't believe it. If cultivating at home is better than cultivating in the secret room, then let me ask you, why did the one-armed saber king cultivate in the secret room for decades? Could it be that he was willing to endure the hardships? Yuan Weiqing sneered. LV Hushan, let me ask you, what's the difference between cultivating in the secret room for 12 hours a day and cultivating at home for 12 hours a day? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but frown and shake his head. There shouldn't be any difference, right? Speaking up to here, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued speaking. But if you stay at home, how can you cultivate for 12 hours a day? I don't believe it. If you can cultivate for 18 hours a day, you're already amazing. You see, there are 12 hours a day. Even if you eat 2 meals a day, these 2 meals will take up an hour. In this way, there are only 11 hours left. After cultivating every day, you need to rest for a while. How long do you need to rest? You need to rest for 6 hours every night. In this way, there are only 16 hours left every day. Yuan Weiqing, tell me, how do you want to cultivate for 18 hours? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. LV Hushan, why not? I only need to rest for 4 hours every night. Of course, I can cultivate for 18 hours. What's wrong with that? 4 hours. LV Hushan stretched out 2 fingers and looked at Yuan Weiqing in surprise. Yuan Weiqing, are you saying that you only sleep for 4 hours a day? Yuan Weiqing sneered. LV Hushan, is that not okay? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan sighed. Yes, why not? Yuan Weiqing, you only sleep for 4 hours a day. Do you think that's enough? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, this is not a day or 2, but decades of persistence. Do you think you can only sleep for 4 hours a day? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing nodded his head. LV Hushan, why not? In order to cultivate martial arts earlier, even if we have to suffer a little, what's the big deal? Therefore, I will definitely be able to do this. Every day, I will only sleep for 4 hours and cultivate for 18 hours. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I don't believe it. Are you saying that you only sleep for 4 hours a day, and the rest of the time is to eat and cultivate martial arts? Then let me ask you, when your wife and children talk to you, don't you answer? Hearing this sentence, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. LV Hushan, in order to cultivate martial arts, how can I have so much time to talk to them? Therefore, I feel that just like what I said just now, every day, 2 hours of eating time, 4 hours of sleeping time, and the remaining 18 hours are all used to cultivate martial arts. I believe that using such a long time to cultivate martial arts, the effect should be about the same as cultivating in the secret room. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, why don't you understand? This is not the same. When you're cultivating at home, just like what LV Hushan said, when your wife and children talk to you, you don't have to talk to them. But once they need your help, won't you help them? At this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he sighed and continued. Yuan Weiqing, I believe that you are not the only one who can do this. Everyone can't do it. There are many things that can't be done in a short period of time. It might take 1 or 2 days, or even longer. It might even take 8 to 10 days. If you do these things for 8 to 10 days, how can you have time to cultivate martial arts? Yuan Weiqing, if this kind of thing happens, even if you only sleep for 2 hours a day, I'm afraid you won't be able to make up for it. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. Hall Master Xue, how can this kind of thing happen? It's impossible. Even if there is something that needs my help, if it is a small matter that won't take up too much time, I will help them do it. But if it takes a long time, I will definitely not do it myself. I will definitely find someone else to help. I will not delay my cultivation. Hall Master Xue, please believe me. I am a very persevering person. I will not let some trivial matters affect my cultivation. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, there are many things that others can't help you with. If you have to do it yourself, then what will you do? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing waved his hand and solemnly said, LV Hushan, no matter what it is, if it takes a long time, I will not help. I promise you that I will definitely keep my word. If I say that I will not help, then I will definitely not help. LV Hushan nodded. Yuan Weiqing, even if your son is sick, will you not take him to see a doctor? Hearing this question, Yuan Weiqing suddenly froze. For a moment, he was actually speechless. Seeing this, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, what do you think? You can't just not help, right? That's why I also feel that it's better to just forget about it. Take your gold coins and go home to enjoy your life. Isn't that better than anything else? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth but didn't speak. This was because he also knew that LV Hushan was actually right. If he wanted to cultivate to the upper level of martial arts and reach the level of one-armed Saber King, it was simply too difficult. Yuan Weiqing was sure that according to his current state, even if he cultivated for 100 years, he was afraid that he would not be able to reach that level. And the only chance was those elixirs that could change one's martial arts talent. As long as he had those elixirs that could change one's martial arts talent, Yuan Weiqing would be able to cultivate to the upper level of martial arts. Of course, he was also very clear that only with superb martial arts talent, it was absolutely impossible to cultivate to the upper level of martial arts. The most important thing was that he had to train hard. Only in this way could he cultivate to the level of one-armed Saber King. Yuan Weiqing didn't want to suffer this pain. Moreover, he had never thought that he would be able to cultivate to the level of one-armed Saber King. What he wanted now was to do his best. As for how high level of martial arts he could cultivate to, he would not force it. Of course, the most important thing was those elixirs that could change one's martial arts talent. He must obtain them. Also, those precious elixirs had to be eaten. Yuan Weiqing wanted to obtain these precious things because he knew that as long as he had these things, his martial arts would definitely be stronger. Chapter 758. Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. Don't worry, even if what you said really happens, I will not waste too much time. I will solve it as soon as possible and then return to the state of cultivation. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, this matter is easy to say, but it is not easy to do. You should know that every family has a lot of things to do, and each of them is very important. At that time, Yuan Weiqing, even if you don't have much time to deal with each matter, in the end, I'm afraid that you won't even have time to cultivate. Yuan Weiqing, if this kind of thing happens, wouldn't it be a waste of everyone's support for you? So, I think it's better to forget about this matter. Don't think about it anymore. Go back and live a stable life. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. He knew that the outcome of this battle would be decided with a single thought. Moreover, he also knew that among the 4 people present, Hall Master Xue and LV Hushan didn't want to fight because the opponent was too powerful. They might die because of this matter, so they didn't want to fight anymore. Yuan Weiqing was very clear that the people who wanted to continue fighting were himself and Vice Hall Master Zhong. If he continued fighting and captured Yi Tianhua, Vice Hall Master Zhong would get what he wanted, and he would also get what he wanted. The problem was, should he continue fighting? If he didn't continue fighting, he wouldn't get anything. Elixirs that could increase strength, high-level martial arts, and herbs that could change talent, all of it would be in vain. However, if he wanted to continue fighting, it would not be easy for him to obtain those things. Hall Master Schwer had already said that as long as the battle was over, he would go to the secret room to cultivate martial arts. The problem was, Yuan Weiqing really didn't want to go to the secret room to cultivate martial art. What should he do? Yuan Weiqing scratched his head. He didn't know what to do. On one hand, there were great benefits. On the other hand, there was great suffering. Yuan Weiqing wanted to get benefits, but he didn't want to suffer that kind of suffering, so he was in a dilemma. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing didn't speak, Xue Zhijing nodded and said with a smile, "Yuan Weiqing, why do you embarrass yourself? Since you don't want to cultivate in the back room, why don't you take those gold coins and enjoy yourself? What's wrong with that?" Xue Zhijing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing's reply and continued to speak. "Yuan Weiqing, I know you don't want to give up this opportunity, but don't forget, even if you have this opportunity, you will have to sacrifice a lot in order to have the hope of cultivating peerless martial arts. Of course, there were also many possibilities. Even if you cultivated your whole life, you might not be able to reach the level of one-armed saber king. The reason why there was only one one-armed saber king in all these years was because martial arts were too difficult to practice. Yuan Weiqing, you are also a martial artist. You should know very well that when martial arts reach a certain level, it is what we call a bottleneck. If you want to take another step forward, it is more difficult than ascending to the heavens. There are many people who are stuck at this step. Even after spending their whole lives, they still can't break through this bottleneck that is more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Yuan Weiqing, until now, only one-armed saber king in the south region has practiced these martial arts to the Dacheng level. There are many people who want to be like him and become a peerless expert, but unfortunately, no one has succeeded in so many years. Don't tell me you think that none of these people who practice martial arts are hardworking and talented in martial arts. Xue Zhijing turned his head and patted Yuan Weiqing's shoulder. He sighed, "Yuan Weiqing, there are many people who are very talented in martial arts. They are also very hardworking, but they have not succeeded. Do you know why?" After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head, "I don't know." After hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, Xue Zhijing was about to speak when Zhong Chunren suddenly said, "I know why they have not succeeded in cultivating martial arts." After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing was stunned for a moment. He then turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren and asked with a smile, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, why is that? Why can't they cultivate martial arts like one-armed saber king?" Zhong Chunren smiled and nodded. "Because, although their martial arts talent is very high, they either lack good martial arts or don't have enough elixirs. Therefore, their martial arts are stuck at a bottleneck and can't improve for the rest of their lives." Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a smile, "Yuan Weiqing, these people's talents are indeed very high. One of my friends is such a person. His martial arts talent is extremely high, but it's a pity that he doesn't have enough spiritual herbs to support his cultivation." Speaking up to here, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment, but then he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to reply and continued. "Yuan Weiqing, this friend of mine was my best friend when I was young. He joined the Sky Sword sect when he was young. His master also recognized his martial arts talent, so he taught him without holding back. He also practiced bitterly with all his might, but unfortunately, although his master recognized him, his master did not have many spiritual medicine, so he naturally could not help him. And this friend of mine, although his martial arts talent is very high, his family background is not very good. If his family background was good, he would be able to buy enough spiritual medicine. With his martial arts talent, he would definitely be able to reach an extremely high level. But unfortunately, he did not have enough gold coins to buy spiritual medicine, so his high martial arts talent was wasted. Up until now, although his martial arts is higher than mine, it is not much higher. Yuan Weiqing, because he did not have enough gold coins to buy enough spiritual medicine, he did not succeed in cultivating martial arts. And there are also people who have a lot of gold coins and the spirit to cultivate diligently, but they do not have superior martial arts. This is also futile. Therefore, The three things we just talked about are indispensable. Even if one is missing, there is no way to cultivate peerless martial arts. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, they did not succeed in cultivating peerless martial arts because they lacked something, but if it was me, I should have all three of these things." Speaking up to here, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he did not wait for Zhong Chunren to reply and continued speaking. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, does this mean that I will definitely be able to cultivate peerless martial arts?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded. "Although I do not dare to guarantee that you will succeed, I can guarantee that your chances of success will be higher than theirs. Of course, all of these problems can only be solved by capturing Yi Tianhua. Yuan Weiqing, I hope that you will work hard. Of course, I also have high hopes for you, so I will help you. You must not disappoint me." After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing was silent for a moment, then he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, if I have these three things, can I not cultivate in the secret room?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and nodded. "Of course, with these three things, it is equivalent to half the success. The rest, as long as you work hard, you will naturally succeed." After hearing Zhong Chuanren's answer, Yuan Weiqing was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Xue Zhijing and said with a smile, "Hall Master Xue, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. I can stay at home and cultivate, I don't need to cultivate in the secret room." After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing frowned and turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren. He asked with a smile, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, you mean that Yuan Weiqing only needs to stay at home and cultivate, right?" After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren hurriedly nodded. "Hall Master Xue, if we find these three things, I believe that Yuan Weiqing should be able to cultivate very quickly. There is really no need to go to the secret room." Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chuanren's tone paused for a moment, but then he did not wait for Xue Zhijing to answer his question and continued. "Moreover, cultivating in that kind of secret room, if a person's mind is strong enough, they will be able to persevere. If a person's mind is not strong enough, if they stay in that secret room for too long, they might go crazy. Hall Master Xue, it is because of this reason that I am considering letting them stay at home and cultivate, so that they will not be affected mentally." After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Xue Zhijing nodded. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, since you say that there is no problem, then let's do it this way." Speaking up to this point, Xue Zhijing's tone paused for a moment, but then he did not wait for Zhong Chunren to answer his question and continued. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, since you have already decided, then let me ask you. Who will stay at the front and who will stay at the back? Have you decided?" Hearing Xue Zhijing's question, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded and said with a smile, "Hall Master Xue, it has been decided. LV Hushan and I will stay at the front. We will definitely not delay things." After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing nodded and said with a smile, "Yuan Weiqing, since you and LV Hushan have decided to stay at the front, I am very happy. Now, even though you know that Yi Tianhua is strong, you still dare to stay at the front. I did not misjudge you. You did not disappoint me." Speaking of this, Xue Zhijing's tone paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question. "Both of you are the protectors of the secret thunder sect in the south region. You are also considered the talents of our secret thunder sect. This time, you too will be at the front. You must be careful. Because everything can only be discussed if you can stay. If you are killed by Yi Tianhua, then it is useless to say anything. Yuan Weiqing, you have fought with Yi Tianhua before, so you know how his martial arts are. LV Hushan, you have not fought with Yi Tianhua before, so you need to be more careful. Yi Tianhua is not an ordinary person. Even if it's me, if he goes all out, I'm afraid I won't be able to take a hit from him. So you must be careful. You must not die because of Yi, understand?" After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan hurriedly nodded. "Thank you for your concern, Hall Master Xue. We will be careful." Hearing their answers, Xue Zhijing nodded and took a step forward. He came to the front of the two and lowered his voice. Just now, I fought with Yi Tianhua. I can already see that he should be practicing the plum blossom sword technique. Yi Tianhua has already practiced this sword technique to a very high level. Legend has it that when the plum blossom sword technique is practiced to the extreme, it can transform into 9 plum blossoms in a circle. When I fought with him just now, Yi Tianhua had already transformed into 5 plum blossoms, so you must be careful. Remember, the power of the plum blossom sword technique is that the 5 plum blossoms that Yi Tianhua transformed should be the end of the 2nd plum blossom and the beginning of the 4th plum blossom. This is the complete move. As for the other parts, although they are also very powerful, they are still lacking compared to these 2 parts. The 2 of you must remember that the end of the 2nd plum blossom and the beginning of the 4th plum blossom are the most important parts. Even if you can't block the first few parts, you must block these 2 parts. Do you understand? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, LV Hushan frowned and asked doubtfully, Hall Master Xue, wouldn't it be better if we block all of them? Why do we have to block the end of the 2nd plum blossom and the beginning of the 4th plum blossom? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Xue Zhizheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. LV Hushan, do you think it's that simple? At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued speaking. The power of the plum blossom sword technique lies in the fact that with just one move, there can be a myriad of changes. If the martial art is perfected, there can be 9 plum blossoms. The petals of the 9 plum blossoms are divided into 9 pieces, which means there are 9 different changes. In other words, with just one move, there can be 81 changes in an instant. LV Hushan, these 81 changes are both fake and real. It's so dazzling that it's almost impossible to tell which one is real and which one is fake. LV Hushan, the most important thing is that sometimes, a fake move can become a real move. This is the power of the plum blossom sword technique. At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused and sighed before continuing. When the plum blossom sword technique is perfected, there can be 9 plum blossoms in one move. Yi Tianhua has already mastered it and can create 5 plum blossoms in one move. LV Hushan, don't underestimate these 5 plum blossoms. Each of the 5 plum blossoms can create 9 different changes. These 5 plum blossoms can evolve into 45 different changes. LV Hushan, I believe that none of us can block these 45 changes. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, LV Hushan was shocked. When he thought of Yi Tianhua's magnificent sword light, he was even more shocked and asked in a trembling voice. Hall Leader Xue, are you saying that each of Yi Tianhua's moves can evolve into 45 different changes? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Xue Zhizheng nodded. That's right, each of Yi Tianhua's moves can evolve into 45 different changes. Chapter 759. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, LV Hushan said in shock, Hall Master Xue, doesn't this mean that none of us can block Yi Tianhua's attack? Xue Zhizheng nodded and said with a bitter smile, LV Hushan, you saw the battle between me and Yi Tianhua just now. Yi Tianhua only used one move to injure me. His martial arts must not be underestimated. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, LV Hushan's hope of getting lucky suddenly faded. He was also a little scared. He originally thought that if Yi Tianhua attacked Yuan Weiqing, he would be safe. But now, it seemed that even if Yi Tianhua attacked Yuan Weiqing, he might not be safe. Yi Tianhua's martial arts were so strong that he could create 45 transformations with just one move. With this kind of martial arts, there was no need to talk about fighting him directly. Even if they were hit by his attack, they might not be able to survive. Thinking of this, LV Hushan suddenly regretted his decision. He turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing but found that Yuan Weiqing's expression was similar to his. They were both very ugly. Seeing this scene, LV Hushan looked at Yuan Weiqing and said with a forced smile, Yuan Weiqing, I really didn't expect Yi Tianhua's martial arts to be so strong. He can create 45 transformations with just one move. It seems that he didn't use his full strength just now. If he used his full strength, I'm afraid you wouldn't have just lost an arm. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's expression became even uglier. He wanted to answer, but he didn't know what to say. He could only stand there and think. The more Yuan Weiqing thought about it, the more he felt a chill in his heart. Originally, he wanted to rely on luck to pass this stage, but if Yi Tianhua's martial arts were really that high, then there was no chance of luck at all. At that time, even if Hall Master Shui and Vice Hall Master Zhong could succeed, the two of them in front would probably be killed by Yi Tianhua's fierce attacks. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing was about to speak when he heard Shui Zhijing say, "Since everyone has decided, then everyone should be careful. We will start preparing now. I will count to 3 and we will immediately attack. Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, you two stand in front. You must block them. The success or failure of this mission will depend on you two." Shui Zhijing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for the others to answer him and started counting on his own. 1, 2. Hearing that Shui Zhijing immediately counted to 3, Yuan Weiqing was shocked and immediately exclaimed. At the same time, LV Hushan shouted almost at the same time. "Hall Master Shui, wait a moment. Don't attack yet." Shui Zhijing stopped talking and turned to look at the two of them. He then asked with a smile, "LV Hushan, Yuan Weiqing, are you not ready?" Hearing Shui Zhijing's question, Yuan Weiqing forced a smile and nodded. "Hall Master Shui, after hearing you say that Yi Tianhua is so powerful, I suddenly realized that if LV Hushan and I were to stand in front of him, we wouldn't be able to block Yi Tianhua's attack." Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhijing frowned. "Yuan Weiqing, didn't you just say that there would be no problem? Why are you worried now?" As soon as Shui Zhijing finished speaking, LV Hushan hurriedly said, "Hall Master Shui, Yuan Weiqing is right. With just the two of us, we won't be able to block Yi Tianhua's attack. If we delay things, wouldn't it be terrible?" After hearing their words, Shui Zhijing nodded. "So that's what you're thinking. You're afraid of delaying our mission. Since that's the case, what do you want?" Hearing Shui Zhijing's question, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. Then, he said in a low voice, "Hall Master Shui, your martial arts are strong. Can you block in front with the two of us?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhijing was stunned. He then smiled and shook his head. "Yuan Weiqing, it's not a problem for me to block in front. However, if I block in front, who will attack Yi Tianhua?" Hearing that Shui Zhijing had no intention of rejecting, Yuan Weiqing was overjoyed. He hurriedly said, "Hall Master Shui, don't we still have Vice Hall Master Zhong behind us? He will attack Yi Tianhua from behind." Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Shui Zhijing's reply and continued. "Hall Master Shui, as long as the 3 of us block in front, Yi Tianhua will definitely not be able to break through our defense line. When the time comes, Vice Hall Master Zhong will definitely be able to injure him." After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhijing smiled and nodded. "Yuan Weiqing, although your idea is good, have you ever thought that our attack power from behind is too weak? It's very likely that Yi Tianhua will escape. Wouldn't we be in trouble then?" Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. For a moment, he was speechless. LV Hushan suddenly said, "Hall Master Shui, if you feel that the attack power at the back is weak, it's okay. I can retreat to the back. When the time comes, Vice Hall Master Zhong and I will attack Yi Tianhua. I think the attack power should be enough." After hearing LV Hushan's words, Shui Zhijing frowned and said slowly, "LV Hushan, I feel that even if you and Vice Hall Master Zhong attack together, the attack power is still not enough." Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, "Hall Master Shui, if you feel that the attack power at the back is still not enough, then let me retreat to the back. I believe that the attack power of the 3 of us should be enough." After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhijing's frown deepened. He turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a bitter smile, "Yuan Weiqing, if we go according to your plan, doesn't that mean that I will block in front alone and the 3 of you will retreat to the back?" Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan were both stunned. Yuan Weiqing reacted quickly and said hurriedly, "Hall Master Shui, your martial arts are strong. You alone are stronger than the 2 of us. If you block in front, you will definitely be able to block Yi Tianhua's attack. And if the 3 of us work together, we should be able to injure Yi Tianhua." LV Hushan also hurriedly said, "Hall Master Shui, I'm afraid this is the best way. Why don't you agree?" After hearing the two's words, Shui Zhijing sighed, Yi Tianhua's martial arts are strong. Even I would not be able to block one of his attacks. It is because of this that I chose to stay behind. Because I know the heavenly star technique. If we are talking about throwing the thunderclap ball, I'm afraid that the three of you will not be able to compare to me. Therefore, I made this plan in hopes that we will have a greater chance of capturing Yi Tianhua. Because all of our plans require capturing Yi Tianhua in order to carry out them. Xue Zhizheng turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing, if you want to cultivate to a higher level, then you must capture Yi Tianhua. Because only by capturing Yi Tianhua will he help us borrow a large amount of gold coins. Also, he will send all of his men to look for elixirs that can increase one's martial arts talent. If we cannot capture Yi Tianhua, then all of our plans will not be able to be carried out. Therefore, I decided to let you guys stay in the front while I use the heavenly star technique to deal with Yi Tianhua. But if you guys make such a move, I'm afraid that our chances will drop by a lot. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren hurriedly said, Hallmaster Xue, don't worry. As long as you can block Yi Tianhua's attack, the three of us will definitely be able to injure Yi Tianhua. Xue Zhizheng sighed, to be honest, I can only block one of Yi Tianhua's attacks. The problem is, can you guys injure Yi Tianhua in one move? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan lowered their heads at the same time. This was because both of them knew that Yi Tianhua's martial arts were very strong. It was impossible for them to injure Yi Tianhua in one move. Zhong Chunren muttered to himself for a moment before slowly saying, Hallmaster Xue, I think that as long as everyone follows my plan, we should be able to capture Yi Tianhua. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. But immediately after, he did not wait for Xue Zhizheng to reply and continued speaking. Hallmaster Xue, because we are launching a sneak attack, we will launch another attack. From the start, it will not be the three of us fighting, but the four of us. When we launch the sneak attack, the four of us will attack at the same time. Hallmaster Xue, you will also use the heavenly star technique to deal with Yi Tianhua. I think that under our combined sneak attack, even if we cannot injure Yi Tianhua, we will at least injure him lightly. And at this time, Yi Tianhua will definitely be furious and will charge towards us. At this time, Hallmaster Xue, you can go forward and block Yi Tianhua's attack. And the three of us will retreat to the back and continue attacking Yi Tianhua. Hallmaster Xue, you can block Yi Tianhua's attack once. During this time, we can also attack him once. I believe that in this attack, Yi Tianhua will definitely be injured again. Who knows, we might even be able to capture Yi Tianhua during this attack. Don't you think so, Hallmaster Xue? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned. Zhong Chunren, although what you said is very good, with the strength of the three of you, do you really think that you can capture Yi Tianhua during the second attack? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren smiled and nodded. Hallmaster Xue, if there are no accidents, even if we cannot capture Yi Tianhua during the second attack, we will definitely be able to capture him during the third attack. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned. He glanced at the three people in front of him and slowly said, Vice Hallmaster Zhong, I don't believe that the three of you can capture Yi Tianhua during the second attack. Just as Xue Zhizheng finished speaking, LV Hushan suddenly said, Hallmaster Xue, it shouldn't be a problem. Vice Hallmaster Zhong also said that even if we can't capture Yi Tianhua during the second attack, I believe that we can capture him during the third attack. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Xue Zhizheng suddenly laughed coldly. LV Hushan, in my opinion, if the three of you work together, it will be extremely lucky if you can capture Yi Tianhua during the fifth attack, let alone the third attack. Speaking up to this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment. But immediately after, he did not wait for LV Hushan to reply and continued speaking. Of the three of you left, Yuan Weiqing's arm is injured and he only has one arm left. It's also the arm that he doesn't use much. In this way, his martial arts will definitely be reduced by more than half. It's already not bad if he has 2 or 3 layers left. LV Hushan, your martial arts aren't high to begin with. Even if you stay behind, you won't be able to do much. Among the three of you, the only one with decent combat ability is Vice Hallmaster Zhong. But with just him alone, do you think that you can capture Yi Tianhua during the third attack? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, LV Hushan hurriedly said, Hall Master Xue, although my martial arts aren't high, my technique of throwing the thunderbolt pills should be pretty good. I definitely won't cause any problems. Yuan Weiqing also hurriedly said, Hall Master Xue, although my martial arts have been reduced by quite a bit, it definitely won't affect much. I should have at least 60 to 70% left. It should be enough to deal with the current situation. After hearing the two's words, Zhong Chunren smiled and nodded. Hall Master Xue, you heard what they said, right? There shouldn't be any problems. During the second and third attack, we should be able to capture Yi Tianhua and end this battle. After hearing the three's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned. Then, he turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, this battle is mainly for you. To help you stand up again, that's why we have to capture Yi Tianhua. When the battle starts later, you must give it your all. Because if we lose, it won't just be a simple loss. If we can't injure Yi Tianhua quickly, then the unlucky ones will be the few of us. I have no enmity with Yi Tianhua. Even if he can break through my defense, he might not be able to hit me hard. Most importantly, he will definitely be able to break through my defense. His martial arts are high. Even if I use all my strength, I won't be able to stop him. What I want to say now is that once Yi Tianhua breaks through my defense, all of you must be careful. At this point, Xue Zhizheng smiled. Actually, my worries might be unnecessary. Because all of you are already confident that you can capture Yi Tianhua during the second and third attack. Naturally, all of you won't be in any danger. But I still have to remind all of you to be careful. If you attack Yi Tianhua, he will definitely hate all of you. When he breaks through my defense, he will definitely hit all of you hard. When that time comes, all of you must remember to run. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. His voice trembled as he said, Hall Master Xue, are you saying that even with your martial arts, you won't be able to stop Yi Tianhua's attack? Xue Zhizheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yi Tianhua's martial arts are high. It's impossible to stop him. Even I can only block one of his attacks. After that, I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything. When that time comes, all of you are on your own. Chapter 760. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. Hall Master Xue, if Yi Tianhua really rushes over, what should we do? Xue Zhizheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. There's nothing we can do. We can only hope that you can capture Yi Tianhua in 2 or 3 attacks. That should solve this problem. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing's expression turned even uglier. He knew very well that his arm was injured and he did not have much martial arts left. At most, he could only use about 20 to 30% of his original martial arts. LV Hushan's martial arts were not good and he was the weakest among the 4 of them. Therefore, he could not be of much use. The only person who could fight was Vice Hall Master Zhong. However, could Vice Hall Master Zhong really capture Yi Tianhua in 2 or 3 attacks? Yuan Weiqing didn't have much confidence that the 3 of them would be able to heavily injure Yi Tianhua in just 2 or 3 attacks. What should he do? Yuan Weiqing's forehead gradually broke out in cold sweat. He knew very well that if they could not capture Yi Tianhua in 2 or 3 attacks, they would really be in trouble. Xue Zhizheng could only block 1 attack. If they could not injure Yi Tianhua in this period of time, they would have to face Yi Tianhua's anger. Thinking about Yi Tianhua's martial arts, Yuan Weiqing's forehead broke out in more cold sweat. After a while, Yuan Weiqing raised his head and looked at Zhong Chunren. His voice trembled as he asked, Vice Hall Master Zhong, can the 3 of us defeat Yi Tianhua in 2 or 3 attacks? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded confidently and smiled. Yuan Weiqing, don't worry. We should be able to capture Yi Tianhua in 2 or 3 attacks. Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, think about it. In the first attack, the 4 of us will attack at the same time. It's not like you don't know Hall Master Xue's martial arts. Even without us, he should be able to seriously injure Yi Tianhua in 3 attacks. If the 4 of us attack at the same time, even if we can't seriously injure Yi Tianhua, we will definitely injure him slightly. As long as Yi Tianhua is lightly injured, he won't be able to move as quickly as usual. This is our chance. If the three of us go all out, I believe that while Yi Tianhua's movements are affected, we can definitely defeat him in 2 or 3 more attacks. Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to worry. I've already calculated it. As long as everyone gives it their all, there won't be a problem. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing was slightly relieved. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said with a smile, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, since you're confident, I'm relieved." When Zhong Chunren saw Yuan Weiqing's appearance, he sneered in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, LV Hushan suddenly spoke. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, I'm still worried. You know that my and Yuan Weiqing's martial arts are far inferior to yours. Even if the two of us go all out, I'm afraid we won't be able to do much. Vice Hall Master Zhong, under such circumstances, can the three of us really defeat Yi Tianhua?" Hearing LV Hushan's question, Zhong Chunren frowned. He turned to look at LV Hushan and asked in a deep voice, "LV Hushan, don't tell me you don't even believe my words." LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, it's not that I don't believe you, but Yi Tianhua is really too powerful. I'm afraid that I won't be able to catch him in 2 or 3 attacks. Wouldn't that be terrible?" Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to answer his question, he continued. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, if Yi Tianhua goes all out, I'm afraid none of us will be able to stop him. At that time, not only will we not be able to catch him, I'm afraid that the 4 of us will be destroyed by him." Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing became nervous again. He raised his head and looked at Zhong Chunren, wanting to hear his explanation. Zhong Chunren smiled and waved his hand. "LV Hushan, you're thinking too much. Don't worry. Later, you just need to go all out. As for the rest, let me handle it." After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan suddenly said, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, I feel that if you want to be safe, you should stay in front and let Hall Master Shui stay behind." That seems to be the case. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren was a little annoyed. He asked sternly, "LV Hushan, don't tell me you don't believe in my martial arts." Seeing that Zhong Chunren was angry, LV Hushan hurriedly shook his head and said in a trembling voice, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, that's not what I meant. I believe that your martial arts must be very good, but if Hall Master Shui stays behind, we really have a better chance. Vice Hall Master Zhong, we're all here to catch Yi Tianhua, so as long as it's helpful, we should think of a way." Zhong Chunren frowned. "LV Hushan, my martial arts are not as good as Hall Master Shui's. If I stay in front, I'm afraid that I can't even block one attack. Yi Tianhua will break through the defense line. At that time, wouldn't it be worse?" LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, it's definitely not like that. Don't forget that Yi Tianhua feels guilty towards you. Even if he attacked you, would he be heavy-handed? So I'm sure that with Yi Tianhua's guilt towards you, you can definitely block 2 to 3 attacks from Yi Tianhua. The 3 of us can take advantage of this time to injure Yi Tianhua. At that time, won't we be able to catch him?" After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren frowned and said slowly, "LV Hushan, this method of yours, if it was in the past, it would work. But now, it definitely won't work." At this point, Zhong Chunren paused, but then he turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. Without waiting for LV Hushan to reply, he sighed. "Yuan Weiqing, you also know that because of you, I also offended Yi Tianhua. I'm sure that when the battle starts, Yi Tianhua will definitely go all out when he sees that I'm in front of him. At that time, I definitely won't be able to block his attacks and let him break through my defense line. If things turn out like this, and Yi Tianhua breaks through my defensive line, he will definitely attack you like I said before. At that time, who among you will be able to block his attacks? LV Hushan, if we follow your method, I'm sure that not only will we not be able to catch Yi Tianhua, but we'll all be killed by him. Do you understand?" After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan sighed. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, I know what you said makes sense, but our attacks are too weak. I'm afraid that we won't be able to seriously injure Yi Tianhua in 2 or 3 attacks. Wouldn't that be terrible?" Zhong Chunren shook his head. "LV Hushan, Don't worry, there won't be any problems. As long as I'm here, Yi Tianhua won't be able to escape from our grasp. Just as Zhong Chunren finished speaking, Yuan Weiqing suddenly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I think that LV Hushan's words make sense. If we want to catch Yi Tianhua, our attack power must be enough, but it seems that the attack power of the three of us is really not enough. Vice Hall Master Zhong, if you and Hall Master Shui change positions, our attack power should be enough, and we'll be more confident in this matter. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Zhong Chuanren's reply. Vice Hall Master Zhong, LV Hushan's analysis of this matter is also very reasonable. Yi Tianhua feels guilty towards you, so he won't be too harsh on you. Although you've raised conditions with him, you haven't angered him much. Therefore, Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't worry. As long as you're in front, Yi Tianhua will definitely not come over. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan hurriedly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, Yuan Weiqing is right. If you're in front, we'll be more confident in this matter. After hearing their words, Zhong Chunren frowned and suddenly said, Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, you think that my martial arts aren't as good as Hall Master Shui's, right? Hearing this question, LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing were stunned at the same time, then they hurriedly nodded. Zhong Chunren sneered, Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, I can tell you the truth. The reason why you think my martial arts aren't good enough is because you haven't seen my martial arts. Now, I can tell you that my martial arts are definitely not weaker than Hall Master Shui's. You can rest assured. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing were stunned again. Not only were the two of them stunned, but even Shui Zhijing looked at Zhong Chunren with some surprise and disbelief. In the secret thunder sect of the South region, everyone knew that Hall Master Shui's martial arts were the highest. No one could surpass him. Even Zhong Chunren, who was the Vice Hall Master, was definitely not his opponent. But now, Zhong Chunren said that his martial arts were definitely not weaker than Hall Master Shui's. What was going on? After Zhong Chunren said this, his expression changed slightly. He felt some regret in his heart, but since he had already said it, he just said it casually. Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, let me tell you. You can rest assured that the three of us will stay behind. We can definitely catch Yi Tianhua. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan gritted his teeth and asked tentatively, Vice Hall Master Zhong, you're not lying to me, are you really not weaker than Hall Master Shui's martial arts? Zhong Chunren waved his hand impatiently, LV Hushan, don't ask any more. In short, you just have to do as I say, understand? LV Hushan saw that Zhong Chunren was a little annoyed and didn't dare to say anything more. He hurriedly nodded. Seeing that LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing didn't dare to speak, Zhong Chunren nodded in satisfaction. He turned to look at Shui Zhijing and said with a smile, Hall Master Shui, since everyone has agreed on these matters, I think it's decided. At this point, Zhong Chuanren's tone paused before he continued, Hall Master Shui, I'll have to trouble you to block in front. As long as you can block Yi Tianhua once or twice, we will definitely be able to seriously injure Yi Tianhua. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Shui Zhijing suddenly shook his head and said with a smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, since your martial arts are not weaker than mine, then I think this arrangement is somewhat inappropriate. Think about it, our martial arts are similar. Your martial arts are even stronger than mine, but you don't know the Heavenly Star technique, so in terms of Thunderbolt pill throwing skills, you are definitely not as good as me. In that case, the two of us will switch. You block in front, and I will stay behind with the Heavenly Star technique. Isn't this better? After hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Zhong Chuanren's expression suddenly changed. After he reacted, he hurriedly waved his hand, Hall Master Shui, how can this be? Didn't we already agree that you will block in front, and the three of us will stay behind to attack? Shui Zhijing shook his head and said with a smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, the reason why I stayed in front is because the three of you are not high enough. I'm afraid that you won't be able to block Yi Tianhua's attacks, so I stayed in front. But now it's different. Your martial arts are the same as mine, and your Thunderbolt pill throwing skills are not as good as mine. So no matter how you look at it, it's better for me to stay behind, right? After hearing Shui Zhijing's words, LV Hushan gritted his teeth and said again, Vice Hall Master Zhong, Hall Master Shui is right. If you stay in front, it is indeed more suitable than Hall Master Shui. Hall Master Shui's heavenly star technique should be more effective at the back. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded, that's right. Vice Hall Master Zhong, if your martial arts are as high as Hall Master Shui's, you are indeed more suitable than Hall Master Shui to stay in front. After hearing the two's words, Shui Zhijing smiled and nodded, Vice Hall Master Zhong, the heavenly star technique is not an ordinary technique. As long as you use the heavenly star technique to throw thunderbolt pills, you can form an inescapable net in the sky. It can be said that it is extremely powerful. Vice Hall Master Zhong, it is precisely because of this that I said that I will stay behind, and the three of you will block in front. Even if I stay behind alone, with my heavenly star technique, I will definitely be able to heavily injure Yi Tianhua. Therefore, Vice Hall Master Zhong is more suitable than me to stay in front. I think this matter is settled, right? After hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Zhong Chuanren's heart suddenly became angry. He never thought that things would develop to this point. According to his original plan, Shui Zhijing would stay in front and block Yi Tianhua's attacks, while the three of them would stay behind and throw thunderbolt pills at Yi Tianhua. Zhong Chunren was certain that although Shui Zhijing's martial arts were not as good as Yi Tianhua's, he would definitely not be defeated so easily. As long as Shui Zhijing could withstand 2 or 3 attacks, then the 3 people behind would definitely be able to heavily injure Yi Tianhua during this period of time. However, he had never expected that his words would bring about such a big trouble. He had indeed made a mistake. Chapter 761. Seeing that Zhong Chunren did not answer him, Shui Zhijing asked again, Vice Hall Master Zhong, why aren't you saying anything? Are you unwilling? Hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren hurriedly waved his hand, how is that possible? I'm thinking about what is best for us. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Shui Zhijing smiled and asked, in that case, Vice Hall Master Zhong, have you thought of what is best for us? Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment. After a while, he smiled and said, Hall Master Shui, in my opinion, it's best for you to stay in the front because Yi Tianhua has a good impression of you. I believe that no matter how good his martial arts are, he will definitely not hit you hard. Therefore, if you stay in the front, you can at least block 2 or 3 of his attacks if there are no accidents. Hall Master Shui, as long as you can block 2 or 3 of Yi Tianhua's attacks, I believe that with the attacking power of the 3 of us, we can definitely seriously injure Yi Tianhua during this period of time. At that time, as long as Yi Tianhua is seriously injured, we will naturally be able to capture him easily. Hall Master Shui, don't you think so? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Shui Zhijing shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, if Yi Tianhua is really as you said and won't be too harsh on me, I also believe that the 3 of you can defeat him in 2 or 3 attacks. Speaking of this, Shui Zhijing paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to answer his question, he continued. The problem is, will Yi Tianhua really do what you said? Vice Hall Master Zhong, if Yi Tianhua hits me hard, I can honestly say that I definitely won't be able to block 2 or 3 of his attacks. Perhaps I will be defeated in the first attack. If that's the case, Vice Hall Master Zhong, do you have any good ideas? After hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan hurriedly looked at Zhong Chunren because they also wanted to hear what Zhong Chunren would do if they encountered such a situation. This question was very important because if things were really as Shui Zhijing said, and Yi Tianhua suddenly went crazy and showed no mercy to anyone, then in that state, Shui Zhijing really would have a hard time blocking one of his attacks, let alone 2 or 3. Most importantly, could the 3 people who had attacked Yi Tianhua from behind be able to seriously injure him in such a short time? Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan shook their heads at the same time. They were certain that it was impossible for them to defeat Yi Tianhua in such a short time. If things were as Zhong Chunren said, and Shui Zhijing could block 2 or 3 attacks, then there would be no problem. No matter how weak their attacks were, they would definitely be able to defeat Yi Tianhua in that amount of time. Therefore, the 2 of them also wanted to know if Shui Zhijing could not stop Yi Tianhua, and if Zhong Chunren had a good solution to solve this problem. This was because once Yi Tianhua rushed over, the 3 people behind them would be in trouble. Hearing Shui Zhijing's question, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment, Then he smiled and said, Hallmaster Shui, you're thinking too much. I can guarantee you that Yi Tianhua will not be heavy-handed with you. You saw what happened just now. Although we have a fierce argument with Yi Tianhua has always been very respectful to you because he doesn't want to cause a fight between the two gangs. Even if we fight, Yi Tianhua will still have some hope in his heart and doesn't want our two gangs to fight. Plus, he has a good impression of you, so he definitely won't be heavy-handed with you. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Shui Zhizheng couldn't help but frown and smile bitterly. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you've already said that we have a fierce argument with Yi Tianhua. How can he be merciful to me? Plus, when we attack him later, the four of us will launch a sneak attack at the same time, and it will be an all-out sneak attack. Vice Hall Master Zhong, the moment we launch the sneak attack, we will announce the start of the battle between us. Although Yi Tianhua doesn't want to start a fight with us, he's no fool. We launched such a fierce attack on him, so he should be able to tell that we're not being merciful. In fact, we're really going to attack him. Vice Hall Master Zhong, under such circumstances, I think even you won't be merciful. After hearing Shui Zhizheng's words, LV Hushan hurriedly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, Hall Master Shui is right. Since we launched a sneak attack on Yi Tianhua from the start, he definitely won't be merciful. What if he breaks through Hall Master Shui's line of defense? What should we do then? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Zhong Chunren smiled and waved his hand. You're all too suspicious. I can guarantee you that Yi Tianhua definitely won't be heavy-handed. Even if we launch a sneak attack on him, he won't be heavy-handed with us. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, have you forgotten that we launched a sneak attack on Yi Tianhua just now? What happened? Yi Tianhua didn't go crazy, although Yuan Weiqing was crippled by him. What was the reason for that? When Yuan Weiqing launched a sneak attack on Yi Tianhua accidentally injured him. If what you said is true, doesn't that mean that Yi Tianhua was going to attack us just now? But he didn't. He still didn't want to start a fight between the two gangs. Do you understand? LV Hushan, don't worry. Yi Tianhua definitely won't attack us until the last moment. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan was slightly relieved. Just as he was about to speak, Yuan Weiqing suddenly spoke. Vice Hall Master Zhong, this sneak attack is different from the previous one. In the previous sneak attack, everyone didn't use their full strength. But this time, it's different. Everyone has to launch a sneak attack with all their might. Under such a fierce attack, could Yi Tianhua still maintain his composure and hold back? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment. Then, he waved his hand and said with a smile. Yuan Weiqing, if it were you, you might not hold back. But how can you compare to Yi Tianhua? Don't forget that Yi Tianhua is the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance. Everything he does has to be based on the South County Shadow Alliance. Through what happened just now, we can clearly see that Yi Tianhua doesn't want to cause a fight between the two gangs. Or at least, he doesn't want to cause a fight between the two gangs now because they aren't ready yet. It's precisely because of this reason that I think that Yi Tianhua definitely won't attack us too heavily because he has a glimmer of hope that we can resolve this matter peacefully. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused and sneered before continuing. As long as Yi Tianhua wants to resolve this matter peacefully, he definitely won't attack too heavily. Yuan Weiqing asked in disbelief, do you mean that our full-strength sneak attack on Yi Tianhua won't arouse his anger? Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head, absolutely not, because our first sneak attack will definitely stun him. At that time, I'm afraid that before he has time to think, our second attack will arrive. Hearing this, LV Hushan suddenly smiled and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. Our first full-strength sneak attack on Yi Tianhua should be able to catch him off guard no matter how high his martial arts are. Just like what Vice Hall Master Zhong said, when he only cares about dodging, our second attack will arrive. In this situation, maybe Yi Tianhua won't even have the chance to counterattack and will be injured by our continuous thunderbolt balls. At that time, before Yi Tianhua can rush over, he will have already been defeated. In this case, what are we afraid of? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "LV Hushan, you're right. If we're lucky, we can really catch Yi Tianhua without any injuries." After hearing the two's words, Yuan Weiqing also smiled. Just now, he only cared about being afraid, but he forgot that the thunderbolt balls in their hands were definitely not to be trifled with. Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Xue Zhijing and said with a smile, "Hall Master Xue, since that's the case, I think we should follow this plan. You stand in front while the three of us stay behind. When the time comes, you might not even be able to touch Yi Tianhua before he is captured by us." Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing frowned. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, this is just your guess. Don't forget, Yi Tianhua's martial arts are very high. Do you really think that you can easily defeat him with the thunderbolt balls in your hands?" After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded and said with a smile, "Hall Master Xue, if it's just one or two thunderbolt balls, it shouldn't be possible to defeat Yi Tianhua. But don't forget, the four of us have a lot of thunderbolt balls. If we throw all of them out, I don't believe that Yi Tianhua can block them." After knowing that he was safe, Yuan Weiqing also relaxed. After hearing the conversation between the two, he also said with a smile, "Hall Master Xue, I just forgot how powerful the thunderbolt balls in our hands are. Now that I think about it, Yi Tianhua really has nothing to be afraid of. No matter how powerful he is, can he be more powerful than our thunderbolt balls?" LV Hushan also hurriedly said, "Hall Master Xue, with the power of the thunderbolt balls, as long as one thunderbolt ball hits Yi Tianhua, we will win this battle. If we throw so many thunderbolt balls at once, I don't believe that Yi Tianhua can dodge all of them." Seeing that the two of them supported him, Zhong Chunren smiled and nodded. "Hall Master Xue, since everyone thinks so, I think this matter should be settled like this. What do you think?" Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing nodded and said with a bitter smile, "Since you think that we can catch Yi Tianhua this way, I naturally have no objections." Xue Zhijing paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to reply and continued speaking. "But there's something I want to say. If our plan fails this time, not only will we not be able to catch Yi Tianhua, I'm afraid that all of us will be killed by Yi Tianhua. Don't forget, Yi Tianhua's martial arts are much higher than ours. Once he dodges the thunderbolt ball's attack and breaks through my defense line, I'm afraid that other than me, all of you will be killed by him. So I think that you should think about it carefully. If you think that Vice Hall Master Zhong's idea is feasible, then let's do it." Hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Hall Master Xue, why is it that after Yi Tianhua breaks through your defense line, the three of us will be killed by him, but only you won't be killed by him?" Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, Xue Zhijing sighed and said slowly, "Yuan Weiqing, if you were in this situation, who would you attack first?" Xue Zhijing paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to reply and continued speaking. "Yuan Weiqing, I think that if it were you, you would also attack the person who poses the greatest threat to you first, right? I blocked Yi Tianhua from the front, so I naturally couldn't throw thunderbolt balls. So at that time, I wasn't as much of a threat to Yi Tianhua as you guys were. I'm sure that when Yi Tianhua saw the three of you throwing thunderbolt balls at him from behind, he would definitely hit me to the side first, then rush towards you guys to resolve the crisis first. Yuan Weiqing, if things had turned out that way, wouldn't the three of you be in danger?" Hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but frown. He suddenly realized that Xue Zhijing's analysis made sense. When the sky was filled with thunderbolt balls, Yi Tianhua would definitely kill the person who threw the thunderbolt balls first. Because only then could he reduce the number of thunderbolt balls in the sky. As for Xue Zhijing in front, he wasn't a threat to Yi Tianhua. Only the person who threw the thunderbolt balls from behind could pose a threat to him. Under such circumstances, even Yuan Weiqing himself would probably choose to attack the three people at the back first. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing's forehead was covered in cold sweat, Xue Zhijing knew that Yuan Weiqing believed him, so he continued speaking. "Yuan Weiqing, the reason why I said that among the four of us, I'm the only one who won't be killed by Yi Tianhua is because Yi Tianhua only wants to attack the three people at the back, so his attack on me will naturally be much weaker. I'm afraid that when Yi Tianhua attacks me, his first thought will be that I'm blocking his path. As long as he hits me to the side, it'll be fine. It's because of these reasons that I think that if we attack Yi Tianhua and fail, I'm afraid that I'll be the only one left. Xue Zhizheng turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, your arm is injured. When you fight later, you must be careful because Yi Tianhua's first target is very likely to be you. Do you remember? Chapter 762. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing's expression changed. He suddenly realized that even if he hid at the back, he might not be safe. Seeing the change in Yuan Weiqing's expression, Zhong Chunren hurriedly said, Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to be too nervous. Hall leader Xue is just guessing. Although Yi Tianhua's martial arts are strong, he definitely won't be able to block our attacks if the four of us work together. So you don't have to worry about it, understand? Yuan Weiqing turned to look at Zhong Chunren and frowned, Vice Hall leader Zhong, if Hall leader Xue's guess is right and that kind of thing will really happen, then what should we do? Seeing Yuan Weiqing so timid, Zhong Chunren was a little annoyed. Yuan Weiqing, if you're worried about your safety at the back, then you can go to the front and block Yi Tianhua with Hall leader Xue. What do you think? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing's heart was in a mess. If it was as Hall leader Xue said, staying at the back was not safe, but if he went to the front, it would be even more dangerous. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sighed and turned to LV Hushan, asking in a low voice, LV Hushan, what do you mean? LV Hushan naturally understood Yuan Weiqing's thoughts. He turned to Zhong Chunren and smiled, Vice Hall leader Zhong, if it's possible, Yuan Weiqing and I will stay at the front to help Hall leader Xue. What do you think? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned. After a while, he smiled and said, LV Hushan, if you're willing, I won't object. Hearing Zhong Chunren's answer, LV Hushan quickly turned to Xue Zhizheng and smiled, Hall leader Xue, since Vice Hall leader Zhong doesn't object, Yuan Weiqing and I will stay by your side and help you block Yi Tianhua. What do you think? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Xue Zhizheng couldn't help but frown, LV Hushan, of course I'm happy that you two can help me, but the three of us are at the front, and only Vice Hall leader Zhong is left behind. With his attack power, do you think he can seriously injure Yi Tianhua? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, LV Hushan was stunned. Only then did he realize that Vice Hall leader Zhong alone could not defeat Yi Tianhua. Hall Master Xue, what should we do? Xue Zhizheng didn't answer LV Hushan's question. Instead, he turned to look at Zhong Chunren and said with a smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I remember that your martial arts aren't bad either. I don't think we can do this. You lead the two of them in front, and I'll stay behind. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I believe that by relying on my Heavenly Star technique, I can definitely defeat Yi Tianhua in a short period of time. What do you think? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren's brows involuntarily furrowed. He did not expect that the matter turned back around again. Zhong Chunren would never agree to stay at the front. However, if he didn't stay at the front and only relied on himself, it seemed that he really wouldn't be able to defeat Yi Tianhua. Seeing Zhong Chunren lowering his head in silence, Xue Zhizheng smiled and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, although your martial arts are not inferior to mine, in terms of attack power, you are inferior to me. Actually, you staying at the front is just perfect, and my Heavenly Star technique is also suitable for staying behind to attack. Vice Hall Master Zhong, what do you think of this idea? Just as Xue Zhizheng's voice fell, LV Hushan suddenly opened his mouth and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, Hall Master Xue is right. Although your martial arts are high, you don't know the Heavenly Star technique, so your long-range attack power is naturally insufficient. If Hall Master Xue stays at the back, it should be the most suitable. Yuan Weiqing also hurriedly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, you stay at the front to block Yi Tianhua. The two of us will support from the side. I believe that with our martial arts, Yi Tianhua will definitely not be able to break through our direction easily. This will also buy some time for Hall Master Xue to defeat Yi Tianhua as soon as possible. After hearing the two's words, Zhong Chunren's heart was even more annoyed, but he couldn't say it out loud. He could only cough lightly and slowly speak. Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, not only is my martial arts not inferior to Hall Master Xue's, even my thunderclap pill throwing technique is definitely not inferior to Hall Master Xue's. Speaking up to hear, Zhong Chuanren's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for the others to answer him and continued speaking. You've only heard of the heavenly star technique. Have you heard of the scattered flower hand? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan was suddenly shocked. He asked in a trembling voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, could it be that you know the scattered flower hand? Zhong Chunren nodded and said proudly, although the heavenly star technique is incomparably powerful, compared to the scattered flower hand, it is still somewhat lacking. Speaking up to hear, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, looked around, and then slowly asked, say, since I know the scattered flower hand, is it suitable for me to stay at the back? Hearing this, LV Hushan hurriedly nodded and said with a smile, since Vice Hall Master Zhong knows the scattered flower hand, of course there is no problem for you to stay at the back. Yuan Weiqing also hurriedly nodded. That's right. If Vice Hall Master Zhong knows such powerful martial arts, I believe that if he stays at the back, he will definitely be able to defeat Yi Tianhua as soon as possible. After hearing the two's answer, Zhong Chunren nodded in satisfaction. He turned his head to look at Xue Zhijing and asked with a smile. Hall Master Xue, this time there should be no problem, right? Xue Zhijing frowned and nodded. At this moment, he was somewhat puzzled. Why would Zhong Chunren hide his martial arts? In the past, he had always thought that Zhong Chuanren's martial arts were inferior to his, and his technique was also inferior to his. But now it seemed that Zhong Chunren was intentionally hiding it. It was not that his martial arts were inferior to his, but that he was hiding it from him, not letting him know that he knew superior martial art. What was going on? Zhong Chunren did not care what Xue Zhijing was thinking. Seeing him nod, he directly said, Hall Master Xue, since it's like this, everyone should have no objections. Why don't we settle on this plan? Hall Master Xue, you take the two of them to stay at the front and block Yi Tianhua. As for me, I will stay at the back and use the scattered flower hand. What do you think? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Xue Zhijing helplessly nodded. He originally wanted to rely on his heavenly star technique to stay at the back and attack Yi Tianhua. But he did not expect Zhong Chuanren's technique to be superior to his, and his original plan naturally fell through. To be honest, Xue Zhijing really did not want to fight Yi Tianhua head-on because he knew that Yi Tianhua's martial arts were too high. Even if the four of them worked together, they would definitely not be a match for Yi Tianhua. Especially as mentioned in the beginning, if he stayed at the front to block Yi Tianhua, Xue Zhijing was certain that he would definitely be smashed to pieces by the angry Yi Tianhua. But he never expected that even if he knew the heavenly star technique, he could only helplessly stay at the front. Thinking of this, Xue Zhijing turned to look at Zhong Chunren and sighed. Vice Hall Master Zhong, do you really not regret your decision to fight Yi Tianhua? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing with a smile. Hall Master Xue, in order to help Yuan Weiqing stand up again, even if I have to fight Yi Tianhua, I will not hesitate. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing was touched. Vice Hall Master Zhong, thank you for taking care of me. Don't worry, after this battle is over, I'll practice my martial arts properly and won't embarrass you. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan hurriedly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, me too. If I also have the chance to train, I will definitely not disappoint you. Hearing their answers, Zhong Chunren nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Xue Zhijing with a smile. Xue Zhijing, I think there should be no problem. Everyone's fighting spirit is so high, they will definitely be able to catch Yi Tianhua. After hearing everyone's words, Xue Zhijing bitterly smiled and shook his head. Could it be that you all really think that as long as we catch Yi Tianhua, all the problems will be solved? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren could not help but frown and said impatiently, Hall Master Xue, since things have already developed to this point, I think we should act quickly. Xue Zhijing sighed and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing, do you know why there are so few experts in the world? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. I don't know either. Xue Zhijing sighed. I know that there are so few experts in the world because of many reasons. For example, martial arts talent. If you do not have a high level of martial arts talent, no matter how hard you work, you will definitely not be able to train to a high level of martial arts. Also, the spiritual medicine that we talked about just now. Without the support of large amounts of spiritual medicine, it is almost impossible to rely on oneself to train. Most importantly, if you do not have a high level of martial arts, of course, you will not be able to train to the level of a knight. At this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to reply and continued. Yuan Weiqing, if you want to train to a peerless martial arts, all of these conditions are indispensable. And now, it can be said that we do not have any of these conditions. Everything has to be solved by capturing Yi Tianhua. However, have you ever thought that even if we capture Yi Tianhua, can he definitely solve these problems? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and probed, Hall Master Xue, didn't Vice Hall Master Zhong already say that as long as we capture Yi Tianhua, we will force Yi Tianhua to agree to our conditions and then use the South County Shadow Alliance to do these things for us? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head with a bitter smile. Yuan Weiqing, if Yi Tianhua can do these things, why didn't he do it in the past? Cultivating to the level of the one-armed Saber King is something that many people dream of. Do you think that Yi Tianhua does not want to reach that level? At this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to reply, he continued. Impossible. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you, if there is even the slightest chance, Yi Tianhua will definitely not give up. So, let me tell you, it is because Yi Tianhua knows that there is no chance that he will give up. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing could not help but frown. He turned to look at Zhong Chunren and probed. Vice Hall Master Zhong, Hall Master Xue said that there is no chance. What do you think? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, if Yi Tianhua gave up, then let me ask you, how did he cultivate his martial arts? At this point, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you, if Yi Tianhua did not have any unexpected gains, he would definitely not have the martial arts he has now. Do you understand? However, Yi Tianhua did not use all his strength to search for these things. If he used all his strength to search, who can guarantee that he would not succeed? Yuan Weiqing, don't forget who Yi Tianhua is. He is the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance. I think even if I don't say it, you should know how strong the South County Shadow Alliance is, right? Yuan Weiqing, with such strong strength, if you use all your strength to search, do you think that there is no chance of success? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng suddenly sighed. Vice Hall Master Zhong, although there is a chance of success, there is a higher chance of failure, right? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Xue, as long as there is a 50% chance, I think many people will give it a try. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, although the chance is not high and there is only a 50% chance, in order to help you stand up again, I am willing to give it a try. Yuan Weiqing, are you willing? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He nodded vigorously. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I am willing. You are willing to do this for me. How can I not be willing? LV Hushan, who was on the side, was also moved by Zhong Chunren's words. He said with some emotion, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I am also willing. In order to pursue that dream, I am willing to give it a try. Hearing their answers, Zhong Chunren nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, as long as the two of you are willing, I am also willing to give it a try for the two of you. After saying this, Zhong Chunren turned to look at Xue Zhizheng and said with a smile, Hall Master Xue, look, even if they know that the chance is not high, they are willing to give it a try. Hall Master Xue, shouldn't we give them a chance? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed secretly. Vice Hall Master Zhong, since you don't regret it, as the Hall Master, I naturally won't refuse you. After saying that, Xue Zhizheng turned around and looked at Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan as he nodded with a smile. Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, since you're willing to give it a try, I promise you that I'll help you fulfill your wish. Chapter 763. Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing. Wait a moment, You have to be careful because Yi Tianhua's first target might be you. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. His voice trembled as he asked, Hall Master Xue, why is it me again? Hall Master Xue sighed. Yuan Weiqing, you ambushed Yi Tianhua just now. Did you think that Yi Tianhua would forget about it? Hearing this, LV Hushan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was originally worried that Yi Tianhua's first target would be him, but after hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, he realized that it made sense. No matter how Yuan Weiqing explained, it couldn't change the fact that he had ambushed Yi Tianhua. LV Hushan felt that if he was ambushed, he wouldn't let the person who ambushed him go either. Therefore, it was certain that Yi Tianhua's first target would be Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing frowned. If that's the case, then I should stay behind. Xue Zhizheng shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, if you stay behind, you'll be in more danger without anyone to help you. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Hall Master Xue, if that's the case, then won't I definitely be killed by Yi Tianhua? Xue Zhizheng shook his head and smiled. Yuan Weiqing, that's not necessarily the case. If Vice Hall Master Zhong's attack power is enough to heavily injure Yi Tianhua in 1 or 2 attacks, you shouldn't be in any danger. Your safety depends on our attack power from behind. Do you understand? Even if Yi Tianhua's first target is you, if he can injure Yi Tianhua in 1 or 2 attacks, then his attack power will definitely drop. If he attacks you, then with me and LV Hushan holding him back, there shouldn't be any problems. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly turned to look at Zhong Chunren. Vice Hall Master Zhong, are you confident that you can defeat Yi Tianhua in 1 or 2 attacks? Zhong Chunren smiled and nodded. Yuan Weiqing, don't worry. With my scattering flower hand, there won't be a problem. Hearing Zhong Chunren's reply, Yuan Weiqing was slightly relieved. Deputy Hall Leader Zhong, I'll leave it to you then. Zhong Chunren nodded. Yuan Weiqing, don't worry. I won't let you be in danger. After saying this, Zhong Chunren turned to look at Xue Zhizheng and said with a smile, Hall Master Xue, in that case, shall we begin? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed secretly and said with a bitter smile, well, since everyone has no objections, let's start. Xue Zhizheng turned to look at the impatient Yi Tianhua and lowered his voice. Wait a minute, I'll count to 3. The 4 of us will attack together and launch the first attack on Yi Tianhua, got it? After everyone heard Xue Zhizheng's words, they all agreed. Xue Zhizheng took out the thunderclap pills and began to count them slowly. 1 or 2, 3. When Xue Zhizheng spat out the last number, the 4 experts of the South County Tanlei sect suddenly threw the thunderclap pills in their hands at Yi Tianhua using various methods. In an instant, the sky was filled with small thunderclap pills. It was like a thin layer of black fog that shrouded Yi Tianhua. These thunderbolt pellets weren't thrown out carelessly. Instead, they used various methods to spread these thunderbolt pellets evenly across the sky. It could be said that no matter where Yi Tianhua hid, he would definitely not be able to escape the danger of being caught. Seeing that his side's attack was so fierce, Yuan Weiqing, who was standing in front, immediately felt relieved. He knew how powerful the thunderclap pills were. He did not believe that Yi Tianhua could dodge these thunderclap pills. Perhaps, Yi Tianhua would be defeated in this attack. Next, everyone just needed to reap the fruits of their victory. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing was a little excited. As long as he caught Yi Tianhua, he would be able to cultivate high-level martial arts and consume those high-grade spiritual herbs, as well as herbs that could change one's martial arts talent. At the thought of this, Yuan Weiqing's emotions surged. He didn't expect that he would have such good luck after coming here. It was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. Yuan Weiqing's mouth was already curled into a smile. As long as Yi Tianhua was injured by the explosion, his expression would immediately turn into a maniacal laughter. Looking at the densely packed thunderclap pills in the sky, LV Hushan was even more excited. If he succeeded this time, the benefits he would obtain would be unimaginable. Precious spiritual herbs, peerless martial arts, and herbs that could change one's martial arts talent. Every single one of them was a treasure that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. Today, he had the chance to obtain them. LV Hushan's martial arts was the weakest among the four of them. Naturally, he was unwilling. However, so what if he was unwilling? The truth was right in front of him. He could only accept it helplessly. However, things were different now. As long as he caught Yi Tianhua, he would have a chance to change this helpless situation. Eating precious spiritual herbs and cultivating high-level martial arts would make him even more satisfied. If he could consume those legendary spiritual herbs that could change one's martial arts talent, the results would be even more satisfying. All of this could be realized as long as the thunderclap pills fell from the sky. LV Hushan's eyes were wide open as he stared at the thunderclap pills in the sky. His heart was beating rapidly as he waited for the moment of happiness to arrive. LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing were all smiles, but Xue Zhizheng, who was beside them, was frowning. Although he did not know how Yi Tianhua would avoid the thunderclap pills, he was certain that Yi Tianhua would not be defeated so easily. The thunderclap pills had already filled the sky and formed an inescapable net that prevented Yi Tianhua from retreating or escaping. However, Xue Zhizheng did not believe that he would be defeated with just one attack. What he wanted to see now was how Yi Tianhua would avoid the thunderclap pills in the sky. Of course, he did not doubt that Yi Tianhua could avoid the thunderclap pills in the sky, but he also knew that it was almost impossible to avoid so many thunderclap pills without suffering any injuries. Therefore, Xue Zhizheng was certain that Yi Tianhua would definitely be injured. The only difference was how serious the injury would be. Just as everyone was guessing, they suddenly heard Yi Tianhua roar. There was a flash of light in front of their eyes. The next moment, the thunderclap pills in the sky exploded like a chain reaction. In the smoke, Yi Tianhua roared repeatedly. Sword light flashed in the smoke from time to time. The sound of explosions rose and fell as the smoke almost enveloped the entire mountain peak. Seeing this situation, Yuan Weiqing finally looked up and laughed wildly. This was because he knew that they had succeeded. No matter how strong Yi Tianhua's martial arts were, he would probably be seriously injured in the midst of so many thunderclap pills. LV Hushan, who was at the side, was so excited that even his hands were trembling. The thunderclap pills in the sky were like an inescapable net that completely covered Yi Tianhua. In the midst of so many explosions, Yi Tianhua would definitely not be able to escape. Xue Zhizheng's expression did not relax at all. His gaze was fixed on the area of the explosion. He kept glancing back and forth, trying to check the situation. Soon, the sound of the explosion finally stopped. The smoke produced by the explosion was so thick that the figure opposite could not be seen clearly. Yi Tianhua's figure had long disappeared into the smoke. Other than the roar just now, there was no other sound coming from the smoke until now. Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at LV Hushan and asked in a trembling voice, "LV Hushan, did we succeed?" LV Hushan nodded, but soon shook his head. His hands clenched tightly into fists as he gritted his teeth and said, "We should have succeeded. With so many thunderclap pills, I don't think anyone can avoid it, right?" Just as the four of them were puzzled, suddenly, their eyes widened at the same time. They had a look of disbelief as they stared at the figure walking out of the thick smoke. Yi Tianhua. Seeing the person's face clearly, Xue Zhizheng gritted his teeth and said. After saying that, he was stunned on the spot. Although Yi Tianhua, who walked out of the thick smoke, looked a little battered, Xue Zhizheng was sure that he did not suffer any injuries. How was this possible? Just as Xue Zhizheng was stunned, Zhong Chunren suddenly shouted from behind, "Don't just stand there, quickly do it." Saying this, Zhong Chunren had already grabbed a handful of thunderclap pills and threw it at Yi Tianhua. After this handful of thunderclap pills was thrown out, they immediately spread out evenly in the air, blocking Yi Tianhua's path forward. Seeing Zhong Chunren take action, Xue Zhizheng and the other two reacted. Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan shouted as they took out thunderclap pills and threw them at Yi Tianhua randomly. Although the number of thunderclap pills that the two of them threw out was not small, they did not know any techniques and just threw it randomly. Hence, in terms of power, it was definitely not as powerful as Zhong Chunren's thunderclap pills. Xue Zhizheng was stunned for a moment. He took out a handful of thunderclap pills and threw them towards the sky, blocking Yi Tianhua's left and right. Seeing so many thunderclap pills flying towards him again, Yi Tianhua roared and wanted to rush forward. However, the front was already blocked by Zhong Chuanren's thunderclap pills, and there were thunderclap pills thrown by Xue Zhijing on his left and right. Helpless, he could only push off the ground with his feet and quickly retreat, dodging the thunderclap pills that filled the sky. Seeing Yi Tianhua retreat, Zhong Chunren hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, don't stop. Continue attacking. Don't let Yi Tianhua rush over." Actually, at this moment, even if Zhong Chunren did not remind them, everyone knew what to do. Everyone was very clear that since they had decided to attack Yi Tianhua, they also had to have the thought of being attacked by Yi Tianhua. At this moment, they could only attack with all their might. Other than that, they had no other choice. The four of them took out thunderclap pills and threw them into the sky again. Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth and roared, "Do you really want to start a war between the two gangs?" After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhijing was shocked. He never expected that Yi Tianhua could still find the time to speak with so many thunderclap pills attacking him. Didn't this mean that Yi Tianhua was still not using his full strength? If that was the case, then the result of this battle. Thinking of this, cold sweat gradually dripped down Xue Zhijing's forehead. If his guess was correct, then if they continued to attack and completely infuriated Yi Tianhua, then none of the four of them would be able to leave this place today. Thinking of this, Xue Zhijing wanted to stop the battle. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren, only to see Zhong Chunren throwing a handful of thunderclap pills at Yi Tianhua. Xue Zhijing was shocked and hurriedly turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan. However, he saw that the two of them were also gritting their teeth and throwing thunderclap pills with their eyes wide open. Seeing this scene, Xue Zhijing sighed. He knew that a battle was unavoidable. Next, they could only go all out and try to defeat Yi Tianhua. Just as Xue Zhijing took out a handful of thunderclap pills and was about to throw them, he suddenly heard Yi Tianhua's angry roar. "Since you are forcing me, then don't blame me for being impolite." As Yi Tianhua said this, Xue Zhijing saw Yi Tianhua's aura suddenly increase. The long sword in his hand kept swinging in front of him. The long sword carried boundless strength as it kept swinging in front of Yi Tianhua. Every time it swung, the tip of the sword would hit a thunderclap pill and send it flying far away. Seeing this scene, Xue Zhijing finally understood how Yi Tianhua had managed to escape from the sky full of thunderclap pills. Yi Tianhua's sword was extremely fast. Everyone only saw the sword light constantly flickering in front of their eyes. Soon, the thunderclap pills they threw out were hit and flew far away before exploding. Seeing how powerful Yi Tianhua was, Yuan Weiqing was immediately shocked. His hands did not slow down. Just as he was in a daze, Yi Tianhua hit a thunderclap pill back and it flew straight at him. Seeing this scene, Yuan Weiqing was immediately shocked. He wanted to turn around and escape, but it was too late. He could only shout and wave his hand to block it. This thunderclap pill was extremely fast. Xue Zhijing wanted to help him block it, but he did not have a long sword in his hand. It was already too late for him to draw his sword to save Yuan Weiqing. He could only watch as the thunderclap pill flew towards Yuan Weiqing. Boom! Perhaps because Yi Tianhua had hit it, this thunderclap pill had already exploded when it flew not far from Yuan Weiqing. The thunderclap pill's explosion was very powerful, and the location of the explosion was very close to Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing felt a wave of heat hit him in the face. Following that, a huge force smashed towards him like a hammer. Yuan Weiqing was forced to take a step back by this force. He screamed and fell to the ground. Although Yuan Weiqing was injured by the explosion, no one was looking at him. Everyone was quickly throwing thunderclap pills at Yi Tianhua. When LV Hushan heard Yuan Weiqing's scream, more cold sweat flowed down his forehead. He felt his heart beat faster and his breathing was so rapid that he could not breathe. LV Hushan grabbed a handful of thunderclap pills and realized that his hands were trembling. He gritted his teeth and reached out to wipe his cold sweat. Then, he threw the thunderclap pills in his hand at the distant Yi Tianhua. Chapter 764. Yi Tianhua unleashed his full power. Sword light flashed in front of him and countless thunderbolt pills were hit by the tip of the sword and were sent flying. Not long after, more than half of the thunderbolt pills in the sky were sent flying. Seeing this, Xue Zhijing was shocked. But at this point, he could only attack with all his might. Yuan Weiqing struggled to get up, gritted his teeth, and continued to attack Yi Tianhua. Zhong Chunren suddenly shouted, "Hall Master Shui, LV Hushan, Yuan Weiqing, hurry up and restrain Yi Tianhua." Hearing Zhong Chunren's shout, Shui Zhijing and the other two were stunned and turned to look at Zhong Chunren. The moment the three of them slowed down, their attack power dropped significantly. Yi Tianhua cleared all the thunderclap pills in front of him and charged over with a roar. Just now, everyone was discussing who should be in front and who should stay in the back. They didn't think too much about it. Now that they saw Yi Tianhua really rushing over, the three people who planned to be in front broke out in cold sweat. Seeing this, Zhong Chunren sneered, "Hall Master Shui, I'll leave the front to you." As he spoke, Zhong Chunren had already taken 7 to 8 steps back. Then, he grabbed a handful of thunderbolt pills and threw them at Yi Tianhua. Hearing Zhong Chunren's shout, Shui Zhijing gritted his teeth and turned to Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan. "Stand over here and prepare to block Yi Tianhua." Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan heard this and broke out in cold sweat. But there was nothing they could do. They hurried to Shui Zhijing's side. Yi Tianhua rushed over and shouted, "Shui Zhijing, since you dare to attack, don't blame me for being impolite." As his voice fell, a sword light rose in front of him and circled above Shui Zhijing and the other two. Seeing Yi Tianhua's ferocity, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan were shocked. They were still planning who Yi Tianhua would attack first. But now, there was no need to plan. Yi Tianhua attacked the three of them at the same time. No one could escape. Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan stood on either side of Shui Zhijing. Seeing Yi Tianhua's fierce attack, they were shocked. They didn't even think about it. They immediately separated into two sides and ran far away. Yi Tianhua didn't give chase. The attack that was originally aimed at the three of them immediately converged into one and attacked Shui Zhijing. Shui Zhijing saw the fierce attacks and wanted to dodge. He was in a hurry because he was standing in the middle. No matter which direction he ran to, he couldn't escape. Helpless, Shui Zhijing could only grit his teeth and shout. He threw out a thunderclap ball with his left hand and held his sword with his right hand. He attacked with all his strength, wanting to block Yi Tianhua's attack. However, Yi Tianhua's attack was too ferocious. The thunderbolt balls that Shui Zhijing threw out were all sent flying by the dazzling sword light. Yi Tianhua sneered and continued to attack Shui Zhijing without slowing down. It was also at this moment that Zhong Chunren's attack arrived. The thunderbolt balls that filled the sky didn't attack Yi Tianhua from the front, but enveloped everything behind Yi Tianhua. Yi Tianhua was shocked when he saw this attack. He shouted and attacked Shui Zhijing with all his strength. At the same time, he rushed forward, wanting to use the momentum to dodge the attack behind him. Although Shui Zhijing was inferior to Yi Tianhua, his full strength naturally couldn't be underestimated. Just as the two sword lights collided, Shui Zhijing immediately let out a scream and was sent flying by a force. Yi Tianhua took a step forward and dodged the thunderbolt balls behind him. Just as he was about to charge forward again, Zhong Chunren had already attacked again. This time, Zhong Chunren attacked with both hands. In the blink of an eye, thunderbolt balls filled the sky and enveloped Yi Tianhua like an inescapable net. Looking at the thunderbolt balls in the sky, Yi Tianhua sneered. Sword light rose again and the thunderbolt balls that filled the sky were sent flying again. It was also at this moment that Shui Zhijing, who was sent flying, charged over again with his sword. Shui Zhijing knew very well that in this battle, he could only give it his all. Once he admitted defeat, he would definitely die. Although he was heavily injured just now, at this point, he could only grit his teeth and charge again. Hearing Shui Zhijing charging over, Yi Tianhua didn't even turn his head. He only slashed with his sword like a stream of light towards Shui Zhijing. How could Shui Zhijing be Yi Tianhua's match? He screamed again and was sent flying. Shui Zhijing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He wanted to get up, but his entire body was in extreme pain. Yi Tianhua's powerful attack had already broken his arm. He tried a few times but couldn't stand up. Yi Tianhua sent Shui Zhijing flying with his sword. Just as he turned to look at Zhong Chunren, he suddenly saw a thunderbolt ball flying towards him. Yi Tianhua roared, Zhong Chunren, are you still not going to admit defeat? As his voice fell, sword light rose again and struck the thunderbolt ball flying towards him. Boom! Just as the thunderbolt ball hit the tip of the sword, it suddenly exploded. Yi Tianhua was taken aback. He cursed inwardly because he could already sense that this thunderbolt pill was different from the previous thunderbolt pills. Just as he had this thought, a powerful explosive force hit him hard. Yi Tianhua only felt that the explosion was too strong. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood as his entire body was sent flying. Haha, Yi Tianhua, I'll show you the power of my thunderbolt ball. Yi Tianhua was sent flying. As soon as he landed on the ground, he immediately staggered to his feet. But at this moment, he only saw a figure flash in front of him. Zhong Chunren had already appeared in front of him. Zhong Chunren only sneered. He immediately waved the long sword in his hand and attacked Yi Tianhua. Yi Tianhua was shocked. He wanted to block, but his injuries were too serious. His movements couldn't help but slow down. Just as he raised his sword, he felt a pain in his arm. He couldn't help but let go of his sword and the long sword fell to the ground. Yi Tianhua took a few steps back. Just as he was about to speak, Zhong Chunren had already struck him with a palm. Zhong Chunren's palm was powerful. Yi Tianhua had just been hit when he felt a series of crackling sounds coming from his body. An intense pain instantly rushed into his mind. He couldn't help but cry out in pain as he fell to the ground. Seeing Yi Tianhua fall, Zhong Chunren sneered and didn't chase after him. Yi Tianhua, you didn't expect to fall into my hands, right? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yi Tianhua coughed a few times before roaring, Zhong Chunren, what do you mean by this? Aren't you afraid of causing a fight between the two gangs? Hearing Yi Tianhua's roar, Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, your injuries are so serious. Do you still have the strength to speak so loudly? As he spoke, Zhong Chunren suddenly kicked Yi Tianhua's body. Ah! Yi Tianhua screamed and rolled a few times on the ground before lying on his back, gasping for breath. Zhong Chunren slowly walked in front of Yi Tianhua and sneered, Yi Tianhua, I'm sorry. You asked for it. As he spoke, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan, who were hiding at the side, saw that there was no danger and hurriedly ran back. Yuan Weiqing slowly walked to Zhong Chunren's side and said awkwardly, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I. Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, I really didn't expect you to be able to run so fast even though you're injured. It's really beyond my expectations. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing suddenly blushed and felt even more embarrassed. He hurriedly explained, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I didn't. I just saw that Yi Tianhua was coming too fiercely, so I wanted to avoid him and then support him from the side. I didn't want to run away. As soon as Yuan Weiqing's voice fell, LV Hushan on the other side also hurriedly said, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, Yuan Weiqing is right. I did the same. I wanted to avoid him and then find a way to contain Yi Tianhua. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him and continued. However, although our plan was good, we didn't expect Deputy Hall Master Zhong's martial arts to be so high. We wasted our efforts. If we knew Deputy Hall Master Zhong's martial arts were so good, we wouldn't have thought of such a plan. As long as we attacked together, we would naturally be able to catch Yi Tianhua. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing naturally didn't want to be outdone. He hurriedly said, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, your martial arts are really high. You're not inferior to Hall Master Shui at all. In fact, you're even better. After hearing their words, Zhong Chunren nodded. Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, no matter how nice your words are, I still remember that when you wanted to run away just now, only Hall Master Shui was in front of you. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, didn't I say just now? That was only one of our plans. We wanted to retreat a few steps to the side and then attack Yi Tianhua from the side. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him and continued. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, you also know that our martial arts aren't high. If we fight with Yi Tianhua like this, I'm afraid we'll be defeated in less than one move. In order to better restrain Yi Tianhua, the two of us came up with this idea. We'll support him from both sides. The effect will definitely be better than charging directly. LV Hushan also hurriedly said, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, Yuan Weiqing is right. We have no choice. We know that our martial arts are low, so we can only use this strategy to better help Hall Master Shui. After hearing their answers, Zhong Chunren waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, no matter how you explain, you still ran away just now. Don't forget that the plan we discussed just now was for you to block Yi Tianhua from the front. We never said that you would restrain Yi Tianhua from both sides. Do you understand? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan to answer him. He sneered and continued. Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, since you didn't abide by the agreement just now, then of course I can also not abide by it, right? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan were taken aback and almost cried out loud. Yuan Weiqing asked in a trembling voice, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, don't tell me that you don't want to help me with my martial arts practice. LV Hushan also hurriedly said, yes, there's still me. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, you must not forget me. Just now we agreed that as long as we catch Yi Tianhua, you will help us with our martial arts practice. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren sneered, LV Hushan, you still have the face to say that. If I didn't have a thunderbolt bomb, I'm afraid that because the two of you ran away first, this big matter would have been ruined. Do you understand? Now that things have come to this, you ran away so quickly, and now you still have the face to come back and ask for benefits. I really don't know what you're thinking. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan's face turned red, but he quickly reacted because he knew very well that this was not the time to be embarrassed. If he didn't quickly argue for what was right, then there would be no more chances. Running away just now was indeed a little disgraceful, but that was not important. What was important was that they had successfully caught Yi Tianhua. Up until now, LV Hushan was very clear that as long as Zhong Chunren agreed, they would have a chance to practice martial arts. This opportunity was an opportunity that many people dreamed of, an opportunity that many people could not get even if they begged for it. How could he let it go? Therefore, even if Zhong Chunren mocked and ridiculed him, he would absolutely not care. LV Hushan was very clear that once he could practice that kind of high-grade martial arts, his martial arts would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Once his martial arts improved, it would be easy to take revenge. Therefore, no matter what unpleasant words Zhong Chunren said now, LV Hushan would absolutely not care. What he wanted was for Zhong Chunren to agree to his conditions and help him practice martial arts. LV Hushan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, raised his head to look at Zhong Chunren, and said with a forced smile, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, we agreed that as long as we block in front, after we catch Yi Tianhua, you will help us practice martial arts. You can't deny this matter. Speaking of this, LV Hushan hurriedly turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked quickly, Yuan Weiqing, I didn't say anything wrong, right? That's what Deputy Hall Master Zhong said just now, right? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded, turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren, and said quickly, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, you said just now that you will help us practice martial arts. You can't deny it, right? After hearing the two's words, Zhong Chunren frowned and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, then let me ask you, when you were running just now, did you think about practicing martial arts? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but immediately after, without waiting for LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he sneered and continued, minding his own business. LV Hushan, Yuan Weiqing, if we didn't succeed by luck this time, I'm afraid the unlucky ones would be us. Chapter 765. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing blushed and hurriedly waved his hand. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I really didn't mean that. Please believe us. Zhong Chunren sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I originally wanted to help you this time because I pitied you, but you really disappointed me. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. Yuan Weiqing, are you doing this for my painstaking efforts? For you, I didn't hesitate to fight with Yi Tianhua. For you, I didn't hesitate to fight with the South County's Secret Thunder Sect and the South County's Shadow Alliance. Yuan Weiqing, what did you do? You ran away when you saw danger, and now you're asking me for benefits. Then tell me, if you were me, would you agree? Wanting to see the benefits in his hands fly away, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I really didn't run away just now. If you don't believe me, you can ask LV Hushan. He can prove it for me. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was about to speak, but Zhong Chunren sneered. LV Hushan proved it for you, then let me ask you, who proved it for him? During the battle just now, I was watching from the back. He wasn't slower than you. As soon as Yi Tianhua rushed over, the two of you immediately turned around and ran. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren turned to look at LV Hushan and asked with a sneer, LV Hushan, I'm right. Although your martial arts aren't high, you're really fast when you run. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan blushed and hurriedly waved his hand. Vice Hall Master Zhong, this is a tactic. Did you forget what I said just now? That's it. I wanted to retreat to the back and attack Yi Tianhua from the back to share some of the pressure for Hall Master Shui. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded. That's right, that's it. I thought the same as LV Hushan. We both adopted a flexible combat method and prepared to attack Yi Tianhua from the back. Hearing that the two of them still refused to admit it, Zhong Chunren was a little annoyed. He sternly shouted, I originally wanted to give you a chance. As long as you admit it, I will help you. But now that things have come to this, you actually still want to quibble. Then I'm sorry, you'll have to think of a solution for your own problems. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing were shocked at the same time. They couldn't help but look at each other. After a while, Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth and said in a trembling voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I'm really sorry. You also know that my arm is injured and I only have 10 to 20% of my martial arts left. Even if I still had my martial arts, it would be impossible for me to stop Yi Tianhua. That's why I was scared and ran away. Vice Hall Master Zhong, please forgive me this time. If something like this happens again, I will never run away. Please believe me. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan hurriedly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, me too. My martial arts are not high. If I fight with Yi Tianhua head-on, I'm afraid I won't even be able to use one move before I'm killed by Yi Tianhua. That's why I was a little scared. At that time, I didn't think much and ran away subconsciously. Vice Hall Master Zhong, please forgive me this time. Hearing that the two of them admitted their mistakes, Zhong Chunren nodded and said with a smile, We are all from the Tanlei sect in the South County. How can I make things difficult for you? As long as you admit your mistakes and listen to me in the future, I will definitely help you with all my strength. Hearing this, LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing were overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Vice Hall Master Zhong, for forgiving our mistakes. We will definitely repent in the future and will never do it again. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I swear that I will listen to you in the future. I don't dare to disobey you. After hearing their words, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered, Are you really willing to listen to me? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan hurriedly nodded. We will definitely listen. We will definitely not disobey you. Vice Hall Master Zhong, just say the word. We will definitely do as you say. Zhong Chunren turned his head and looked at the battlefield. Then he turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, go and get Yi Tianhua's sword now. Hearing Zhong Chunren's order, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly responded and quickly walked over to pick up the long sword that had fallen in the distance. Vice Hall Master Zhong, Yi Tianhua's sword has been retrieved. Zhong Chunren shook his head but did not take the long sword that Yuan Weiqing handed over. Instead, he turned his gaze to Shui Zhijing in the distance. After a while, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, take this sword and kill Hall Master Shui. What? Pa. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly exclaimed. He was so frightened that his hand trembled and the sword in his hand fell to the ground. Vice Hall Master Zhong, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a smile, "So you didn't hear me clearly. It's okay, I'll say it again. This time, you have to listen carefully." At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to reply, he continued. "Yuan Weiqing, I want you to take this sword and kill Hall Master Shui. Do you understand?" "What?" Yuan Weiqing was frightened by Zhong Chunren's words and took a step back. He asked with a trembling voice, "Why? Why do you want me to do this?" Zhong Chunren smiled and said, "Yuan Weiqing, I'll forget about what happened just now. Although you ran away at the last minute, I'll let it go this time on account of how pitiful you are. This is a chance I'm giving you. As long as you do it, I will do my best to help you practice martial arts. Yuan Weiqing, are you willing to do it?" After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly shook his head and said with a trembling voice, "No, how can I do this? How can I hurt Hall Master Shui? This definitely won't do." Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered and turned to look at LV Hushan. "LV Hushan, what about you? Are you willing to do this for me?" Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, LV Hushan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even his hands were trembling. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, this won't do. Hall Master Shui is our Hall Master. How can we do this?" At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer his question. Instead, he forced a smile and continued to speak. "I know, Vice Hall Master Zhong. This must be a test for us, right? Don't worry, we will never dare to run away in the future. We will definitely listen to you." Before LV Hushan finished speaking, Zhong Chunren waved his hand and interrupted him. "LV Hushan, don't say these useless things. I just want to ask you, are you willing to do this for me?" After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan was even more surprised. He couldn't help but pay attention to Zhong Chunren's expression, trying to figure out what Zhong Chunren meant. Was he testing them? Or did he really want to do this? Thinking of this question, LV Hushan's forehead was covered in more cold sweat. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said in a trembling voice, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, if you want to test us, can you do something else? Once Hall Master Shui recovers, he will definitely not let us off." Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Zhong Chunren frowned and asked in a deep voice, "LV Hushan, I will ask you again. If you agree to do this for me, I will do my best to help you practice martial arts and make you a figure like the one-armed Saber King in South County. LV Hushan, tell me, are you willing to do it for me? Of course, I won't force you. Everything depends on your own will. Do you understand?" Hearing this and seeing the coldness in Zhong Chunren's eyes, LV Hushan was shocked. He suddenly realized that Zhong Chunren seemed to really want to do this. Zhong Chunren wanted to kill Hall Master Shui. Zhong Chunren wanted him to kill Hall Master Shui for him. Understanding this, LV Hushan felt that his breathing became a little rapid. He knew that although Zhong Chunren said it nicely, he had to be willing to do everything. However, LV Hushan was sure that if he dared to refuse, he would not end well. He had seen Zhong Chunren's martial arts just now. Perhaps it was not as good as Hall Master Shui's, but it was definitely not much worse. With Zhong Chunren's current martial arts, it was easy to deal with the two of them. In other words, if the two of them dared to refuse Zhong Chunren's conditions, then they would never be able to leave this mountain. Thinking of this, LV Hushan raised his head and looked at Zhong Chunren. He asked in a trembling voice, "Deputy Hall Master Zhong, can we do something else? This kind of thing is really impossible to do." Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to answer his question, he lowered his voice and continued to speak. "Deputy Hall Master Zhong, you also know that Hall Master Shui is a good person and treats us very well. But if you ask us to do this thing, is it really difficult? Deputy Hall Master Zhong, if you ask us to do something else, don't worry. Even if we have to go through fire and water, we will definitely do it for you." Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. "LV Hushan, I don't care what you do. I just want you to do this for me. LV Hushan, are you willing or not?" Speaking of this, Zhong Chuanren's tone paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued to speak. LV Hushan, as long as you do it, you can get something that many people dream of. Think about it, there are so many precious spiritual herbs and peerless martial arts manuals. Most importantly, there are also medicinal herbs that can change one's martial arts talent. There are so many good things that some people might not even have seen in their entire lives. LV Hushan, as long as you agree to do this for me, all these good things will belong to you. How about it, LV Hushan? The opportunity is right in front of you. If you don't seize it, I can guarantee that you will definitely regret it in the future. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan was stunned. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Xue Zhijing in the distance. For a moment, he began to hesitate. If he listened to Deputy Hall Master Zhong, he would really be able to get the things that others dreamed of but couldn't get. But if he did this, his conscience wouldn't be able to accept it. Xue Zhijing was honest and treated his subordinates very well. Therefore, the people of the secret Thunder sect in the South County had a good impression of Xue Zhijing. LV Hushan was really hesitant to make a move against such a person. What should he do? LV Hushan really didn't know what to do. He could only frown and lower his head without saying a word. Yuan Weiqing, who was on the side, was even more shocked when he saw LV Hushan's frown. He never expected that this matter would turn out like this. He thought that as long as everyone successfully captured Yi Tianhua, everything would be resolved. However, although Yi Tianhua was successfully captured, things had turned out like this. Deputy Hall Master Zhong actually wanted to make a move against Hall Master Xue. The most important thing was that he didn't do it himself, but asked Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan to do it. Yuan Weiqing didn't know if LV Hushan would make a move, but he was sure that he would never do it. Everyone in the secret Thunder sect in the South County knew how high Hall Master Xue's martial arts were. Although Hall Master Xue was injured now, who could guarantee that Hall Master Xue couldn't move now? Even if Hall Master Xue only had 10% of his strength left, he would probably kill Yuan Weiqing if he was caught off guard. Under such circumstances, how could Yuan Weiqing dare to make a move? If Yuan Weiqing could think of this, so could LV Hushan. He looked up at Zhong Chunren and said with a wry smile, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, you also know that Hall Master Xue's martial arts are very high. Even if we want to make a move against him, we are definitely not his match. Therefore, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, please test us in another way. We will definitely do our best to complete it. We won't let you down. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren smiled and shook his head. LV Hushan, so this is what you are worried about. I understand your thoughts, but you don't have to worry about it now. Although Hall Master Xue's martial arts are very high, he has been hit twice by Yi Tianhua and has been seriously injured. I believe that even if he has a little strength left, it is absolutely nothing to worry about. You just have to make a move. LV Hushan, don't forget that I am by your side. If Hall Master Xue makes a move against you, I will protect you. Do you understand? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan frowned. After a while, he gritted his teeth and asked tentatively, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, your martial arts are very high. Since Hall Master Xue is seriously injured, he is naturally no match for you. Why don't you deal with him yourself? After hearing LV Hushan's question, Zhong Chunren sighed and looked at Xue Zhijing in the distance. He said slowly, because I promised that I would not hurt him. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused and continued, it is precisely because of this reason that I can't make a move against him directly. Instead, I want you to do it. Do you understand? Chapter 766. Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at LV Hushan and asked with a smile, LV Hushan, since I can't do it, are you willing to do it for me? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan was suddenly taken aback. After thinking quickly in his heart, he said in a low voice, Please forgive me, Vice Hall Master Zhong. I really can't do it. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, the smile on Zhong Chuanren's face remained unchanged. LV Hushan, you have made up your mind, right? LV Hushan nodded. Vice Hall Master Zhong, Hall Master Xue is good to me. I really can't do it. If you want, you can use other things to test me. I will never let you down. But I really can't do it for you. Zhong Chunren sighed. LV Hushan, if you don't want to do it, I won't force you. After all, if you do it, the price I have to pay is too high. LV Hushan, you only made a simple slash with your sword, but what about me? Because of your slash, I have to buy a large number of spirit herbs for you. I also have to look for peerless martial arts manuals for you. More importantly, I have to look for medicinal herbs that can change your martial talent. LV Hushan, it's good that you don't do it. It can be considered as helping me because I don't have to pay such a big price. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and nodded with a smile. Yuan Weiqing, you don't agree, and LV Hushan also doesn't agree. Well, since you don't agree, then it's useless for you to stay here. You should leave now and take advantage of the dawn to go down the mountain. I won't send you off. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan were stunned at the same time. For a moment, they didn't react. The two of them thought that Zhong Chunren would ask them to stay again and then they would take the opportunity to raise a few more conditions. But they never expected that Zhong Chunren didn't have any intention of asking them to stay and directly let them leave. Yuan Weiqing frowned. He was already a little regretful in his heart. If he knew that the matter would be resolved like this, he wouldn't have run away. Yi Tianhua's martial arts were indeed very strong. Even Hall Master Shui couldn't withstand 2 moves and was seriously injured by him. All of this was within Yuan Weiqing's expectations. However, what happened next was different from what he had imagined. He never expected Yi Tianhua to not dodge when he saw the thunderbolt bullet thrown at him. The thunderbolt bomb of the secret thunder sect in the South County was quite powerful. Compared to the thunderbolt pill, the difference in power between the two was like heaven and earth. In fact, although the thunderbolt bomb was very powerful, if Yi Tianhua had dodged it, no matter how powerful the thunderbolt bomb was, it would not have been able to injure him. Perhaps Yi Tianhua got too used to the thunderclap pills and forgot to dodge them. The result was a tragedy. Yuan Weiqing secretly regretted it in his heart. If he knew it would be like this, even if he stood still, Yi Tianhua wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Unfortunately, the matter had already passed. Even if he regretted it, it was meaningless. Most importantly, the benefits that were about to be in his hands were all gone because of him running away like this. Yuan Weiqing was really unwilling. He was injured and thought that it was a blessing in disguise. He had a chance to cultivate high-level martial arts. In the end, because of his mistake, he lost this great opportunity. Yuan Weiqing regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself a few times. However, he had to know that no matter how hard he hit, it was absolutely meaningless. Helplessly, he could only look at Zhong Chunren, hoping that he would suddenly change his mind and give him another chance. Yuan Weiqing's heart was filled with regret. LV Hushan, who was at the side, also felt uncomfortable. Such a good opportunity had slipped away so easily. If he left now, wouldn't he regret it for the rest of his life? Therefore, when he saw that Yuan Weiqing didn't leave, he didn't move either. He looked at Zhong Chunren eagerly, wanting to see if there would be a turn for the better. Seeing that the two of them hadn't left, Zhong Chunren waved his hand impatiently. LV Hushan, Yuan Weiqing, why aren't you leaving? Hurry up and leave. Don't delay my work. Hearing that Zhong Chunren was chasing him away again, Yuan Weiqing suddenly whispered, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, can you give me another chance? This time, I will definitely not run away. Please believe me, I will not embarrass you. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren smiled and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I have already given you several chances, but you don't want them. What can I do? Yuan Weiqing, since you don't want the chance, then hurry up and leave. Don't stay here and affect my work. Although Zhong Chunren was chasing him away for the second time, Yuan Weiqing still stood there without moving. This was because he knew that as long as he turned around, all the benefits would be completely gone. Yuan Weiqing stood there without moving. Naturally, LV Hushan wouldn't move either. He hurriedly whispered, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, give me another chance. Other than asking me to do that thing, Even if it's climbing a mountain of swords or diving into a sea of flames, I will definitely not frown. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, just give me the order. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren frowned. LV Hushan, climbing a mountain of swords or diving into a sea of flames, I don't need you. I just want you to do that thing for me. Do you understand? Hearing Zhong Chunren mention that thing again, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand and said with a wry smile, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, other than this thing, I will do anything you want me to do. As long as you give me a chance to practice the high-level martial arts, I will listen to you. Zhong Chunren shook his head. LV Hushan, I have said that I only want you to do this thing. Other than this thing, I don't need you to do anything else. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly gritted his teeth. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, although I can't do this thing for you, my arm is also injured. Now it is so miserable. Can't you give me this chance? Deputy Hall Master Zhong, the reason my arm is injured is all because of you. You can't just give up on me like this. Give me a chance. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded. Yuan Weiqing, what kind of chance do you want? Just say it. Seeing that you once sneak attacked Yi Tianhua, I want to hear what you have to say. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, for the sake of my injured arm, please help me cultivate my martial arts. Don't worry, when my martial arts reach the Dazhai stage, I will definitely repay you. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, please believe me this time. I will definitely speed up my martial arts practice. I will definitely not embarrass you. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren smiled and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you only lost an arm and you want me to pay such a high price to help you practice the high-level martial arts? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to reply, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, if you were me, would you agree? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. After a while, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, you are a magnanimous person. Why would you compare yourself with me? You will definitely agree, right? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you're wrong. I won't agree to it. Although your arm is injured, your performance in the fight with Yi Tianhua was too poor. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you. The reason why I let you stay in the front was to give you a chance. Just now, you saw that if you and LV Hushan had stood still, even if Yi Tianhua had rushed over, he would definitely not have hurt you. This is because Yi Tianhua's first target was Hall Master Shui. He wanted to kill the strongest Hall Master Shui before coming to find trouble with those of us who are weak in martial arts. Yuan Weiqing, it was such a good opportunity, but you gave it up. In the end, it's all your fault. If you weren't so cowardly, this wouldn't have happened. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to reply, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, I think you should accept your fate. You are so cowardly, you should go home and retire. That's better than anything else. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing's face turned red. He forced a smile and said, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I admit that I ran away just now. But I ran for a reason, right? Yi Tianhua's martial arts are so high and my arm is injured. Even if I wanted to stop him, I wouldn't have been able to. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I was really scared just now. But don't worry, this will never happen again. As long as you give the order, I will block him for as long as you want. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren smiled and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I think you should forget about it. You should go home now. Your family is still waiting for you. Seeing that Zhong Chunren really did not want him to stay, Yuan Weiqing shouted anxiously, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, my arm was injured when I ambushed Yi Tianhua. No matter what, you have to compensate me. Even if you don't let me practice martial arts, you have to solve the problem of Yi Tianhua's compensation. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to reply, he continued. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, as Hall Master Shui said just now, 1 million gold coins. Yi Tianhua promised to compensate me 1 million gold coins. As long as you give me the gold coins, I will go home and retire. I won't trouble you anymore. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chuanren's eyes narrowed. He turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, do you think that your arm is worth 1 million gold coins? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing was taken aback and quickly said, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, what do you mean? Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, I want to tell you that your arm is worth more than 1 million gold coins. Do you understand? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's answer, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. After a while, he asked in a trembling voice, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, even if my arm is worth more than 1 million gold coins, how much are you going to give me? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, Zhong Chunren nodded and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, no matter what, your arm was injured when you ambushed Yi Tianhua. Logically speaking, 1 million gold coins is indeed not much. I should give it all to you. After hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was relieved. As long as he had 1 million gold coins, even if he did not practice martial arts, he would be a rich man and could live a stable life. However, before Yuan Weiqing could finish his thoughts, he heard Zhong Chunren continue. Yuan Weiqing, the reason we can get compensation is because we captured Yi Tianhua. Yuan Weiqing, if you had participated in the battle just now, you would naturally have received more compensation. Unfortunately, you ran away. This means that in the battle to capture Yi Tianhua, you did not help at all. Am I right? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said hurriedly, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, since I did not participate in the battle to capture Yi Tianhua, then give me 900,000 gold coins. The remaining 100,000 gold coins will be my apology to you. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren smiled and nodded. Yuan Weiqing, since you want to give me 100,000 gold coins, I will naturally accept it. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, then continued, if we calculate it this way, you still have 900,000 gold coins left. However, I have already said that the reason we can get compensation is because we captured Yi Tianhua. Since you did not participate in the battle, how can you get compensation? Yuan Weiqing, am I right? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing's expression changed, and his voice trembled as he said, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, although I did not participate in the battle to capture Yi Tianhua, I also ambushed him and lost an arm for this matter. Shouldn't I be compensated? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing, smiling as he asked, Yuan Weiqing, tell me, if you did not capture Yi Tianhua, would you be compensated? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to reply, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, of course not. Since you did not participate in the battle, that means that Yi Tianhua was not captured. In that case, why should I compensate you, am I right? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, you have already captured Yi Tianhua, why can't you compensate me? At this point, Yuan Weiqing understood that it would be difficult to get compensation from Zhong Chunren. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth and continued. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I also know that I did not participate in the battle. Since that is the case, can you reduce the amount of gold coins? That should be fine, right? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Chapter 767. Zhong Chunren sneered, Yuan Weiqing, the credit for your sneak attack on Yi Tianhua has already been taken by you when you were running away. That is to say, you have no credit now, do you understand? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, you can stop me from practicing martial arts, but you can't not give me any compensation. No matter what, my arm was injured because of you. Hearing this, Zhong Chunren smiled and nodded, that's right. Now that your arm is injured, if I don't take care of you, once word gets out, it would seem that I'm not benevolent enough. Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to reply, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, how about this, 5,000 gold coins? I'll give you 5,000 gold coins, and this matter will be settled. I'll have done you justice, how about it? What, 5,000 gold coins? Yuan Weiqing looked at Zhong Chunren in disbelief. After a while, he asked in a trembling voice, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, you're only giving me 5,000 gold coins, did I hear you right? Zhong Chunren nodded, Yuan Weiqing, you didn't hear me wrong. 5,000 gold coins, if you use it sparingly, it'll be enough for you to use for 20 years. Enough for me to use for 20 years. Yuan Weiqing muttered to himself, constantly repeating this sentence. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at Zhong Chunren and asked loudly, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, 5,000 gold coins for 20 years. Do you mean that I'll only spend 250 gold coins a year? Zhong Chunren nodded and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, this is already a lot. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid it would be enough to last them a lifetime. Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, Yuan Weiqing, in the future, you should be able to use it sparingly. I think you should be able to last for a long time. Yuan Weiqing shook his head hard, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, my arm was injured because of you, but now you're only giving me 5,000 gold coins. Isn't this too little? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren frowned. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, since you feel that 5,000 gold coins are not enough, I will give you one more point. 10,000 gold coins, no more. With this 10,000 gold coins, I believe that you will have a certain guarantee for your future life. Are you satisfied? 10,000 gold coins? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, back then, Hall Leader Shui promised to give me 1 million gold coins. How can you only give me 10,000 gold coins? Speaking up to this point, Yuan Weiqing's words, without waiting for Hall Leader Zhong Chunren's words, Hall Leader, Vice Hall Leader didn't give you 10,000 gold coins. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I won't ask you to give me 1 million gold coins. Can you give me 800,000 gold coins? Zhong Chunren turned around and looked at Yuan Weiqing's arm as he asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, have you heard of anyone whose arm is worth 800,000 gold coins? If you can give me an example, I will even give you 1 million gold coins. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and thought for a while, but his face became more and more unsightly. This was because he couldn't remember whose arm was worth 800,000 gold coins. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing didn't speak, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, let's not talk about the gold coins first. As I've said, since you ran away just now, it means that you've already given up these gold coins. I've already given you 10,000 gold coins as compensation. Are you still not satisfied? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing was speechless for a moment. After a while, he said in a trembling voice, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, you can't do this. My arm is now injured and has been crippled. If you still don't give me the gold coins, how am I supposed to live in the future? Zhong Chunren shook his head and sighed. Yuan Weiqing, you still have the face to say such things. When your arm was injured, I really wanted to help you. I wanted you to stand up and become a figure like the one-armed saber king of our family. But what about you? What did you do? At the critical moment of the battle, you ran away. You ran away without a care. Yuan Weiqing, if we were all like you, running away at the sight of danger, then let me ask you, would we still be able to catch Yi Tianhua? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing blushed and hurriedly said, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, I was really scared out of my wits. Please forgive me this time. Don't refuse my mistake this time. Give me another chance. Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, I've already given you a chance, but you don't want it. Then I can't do anything about it. Do you understand? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing immediately understood what he meant. He could not help glancing at Hall Leader Shui in the distance and hurriedly said, But Vice Hall Master Zhong, what you're asking me to do is truly very difficult, no? Vice Hall Leader Zhong, I promise you that if you ask me to do something else, I will definitely do it. I will never regret it. I just beg you to give me a chance. Don't treat me like this. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, I'll rely on you in the future. Zhong Chunren shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, don't say any more. 10,000 gold coins. If you want, you can come to Tanlei sect in South Commandery to get it from me when you go back. If you don't want it, then leave quickly. I don't want to see a coward like you ever again. Yuan Weiqing hurriedly shook his head and begged bitterly, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, 10,000 gold coins is really not enough. I have a wife and a child. The expenses are very high. I'm afraid that 10,000 gold coins will be spent in less than 2 years. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him and continued. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, how about this? I don't want 800,000 gold coins. As long as you give me 500,000 gold coins, I'll leave immediately and never bother you again. What do you think? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, don't say any more. I won't give you so much gold coins. Although we caught Yi Tianhua, don't forget that you didn't do anything. Therefore, this matter has nothing to do with you. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing sighed. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, how about this? If you think 500,000 gold coins is too much, then 300,000 gold coins, no less. As long as you give me 300,000 gold coins, I'll leave immediately, okay? Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, I don't understand. Have you ever thought about why you're asking me for gold coins? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him and continued. Yuan Weiqing, I admit that you did sneak attack Yi Tianhua, but what was the use? Other than being injured by Yi Tianhua in one move, did your sneak attack help us in the slightest? Or should I say, even the slightest bit of help would be fine, but did it? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing was about to speak when he suddenly realized that he had nothing to say. Just now, he did sneak attack Yi Tianhua. However, just like Zhong Chunren said, it did not help at all. If he could injure Yi Tianhua then, it would be considered a bit of a contribution. However, Yi Tianhua was not injured at all. Instead, he was injured by Yi Tianhua. What he did not seem to be of much use. It did not hurt Yi Tianhua at all. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing was silent, Zhong Chunren sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, I was right. Your sneak attack did not help at all. This means that you did not contribute at all. Even if you managed to injure one of Yi Tianhua's fingers during your sneak attack, I still think that you contributed. However, you saw that it was useless, right? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth. Although I did not injure Yi Tianhua, I was injured. I was injured during the battle with Yi Tianhua. You should at least give me some compensation, right? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him and continued. Vice Hall Master Zhong, since you think that I did not contribute, let's talk about this matter properly. From the beginning, Vice Hall Master Zhong, we came here because of your son, Zhong Huasheng. In order to seek justice for you, we did everything we could to fight for you. For you, I did not hesitate to sneak attack Yi Tianhua. However, in the end, I was injured by Yi Tianhua. Vice Hall Master Zhong, do you think that I did not know that Yi Tianhua's martial arts is powerful? Do you think that I did not know that Yi Tianhua could injure me? Vice Hall Master Zhong, I know all of this. However, why did I still fight with Yi Tianhua when I knew it was dangerous? Do you know why? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing. Vice Hall Master Zhong, that was because we all wanted to seek justice for you. Because of this matter, I was injured. How did you treat me? You only gave me 10,000 gold coins and you wanted to send me away. Vice Hall Master Zhong, are you worthy of me? Vice Hall Master Zhong, no matter what, I was injured because of you. No matter what, you should compensate me, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren let out a sigh and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, do you know why I gave you 10,000 gold coins? It's because you were injured for me. If you didn't come for me, I wouldn't even give you 10,000 gold coins. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, this is too little. I can't do anything with 10,000 gold coins. Even if you give me 10,000 gold coins, what can I do? Zhong Chunren sneered. Yuan Weiqing, if you don't want it, then I won't give it to you. Remember, you didn't want it, not me. Do you understand? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. Yuan Weiqing, if you don't want the 10,000 gold coins, then leave immediately. We don't owe each other anything in the future. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing was annoyed. He raised his injured arm and said loudly, Vice Hall Master Zhong, my arm is injured like this. Now you say we don't owe each other anything. Do you still have a conscience? Don't forget that we came here to help you. Even if we don't do anything, you should compensate us. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered and turned his head to glare fiercely at Yuan Weiqing, slowly asking, Yuan Weiqing, since you said so, then let's have a good talk. Don't make it seem like I owe you. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words. Yuan Weiqing, if I'm here to help you, will you be grateful to me? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing immediately nodded, of course, I'm very grateful that you're willing to help me. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, Zhong Chunren nodded with a smile and continued to ask, in order to help you, I went to sneak attack the enemy and was injured by the enemy. Will you be grateful to me? Hearing this question, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded, of course, for me, you were injured by the enemy. Of course, I'll be more grateful to you. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. Perhaps he felt that he didn't express his meaning clearly, so he continued to add. Since you came to help me, and you were injured in the end, in order to repay you, I'll naturally compensate you double. I'll let you know that I won't treat you unfairly. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, you're right. At that time, I thought the same as you. In order to help me, you ended up injuring your arm. It's because of this reason that I want to help you stand up again, to cultivate high-level martial arts, and become a useful person in the future. Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, I'm right? At that time, I really did that, right? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. Recalling that Zhong Chunren really did want to help him cultivate his martial arts and spoke up for him, he hurriedly nodded. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you're right. Just now, you really did want to help me. Zhong Chunren sighed, Yuan Weiqing, do you know how much I'll have to pay if I want to help you? I've already calculated, I'm afraid I'll have to spend more than 10 million gold coins. Yuan Weiqing, in order to help you stand up again, even if I have to spend 10 million gold coins, I won't hesitate. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren clenched his teeth and laughed coldly. Yuan Weiqing, think about it carefully. Can you do this to me? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to reply, he continued to speak, minding his own business. Yuan Weiqing, just like what I said just now, if I came to help you and ended up getting injured, you would be very grateful to me and want to repay me. However, at the critical moment of the battle, I abandoned you and ran away alone. Chapter 768. Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, what would you think if I ran away at the critical moment? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing's face suddenly changed. He said with a trembling voice, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, how could such a thing happen? You definitely wouldn't run away. I believe you. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, Zhong Chunren snorted coldly, Yuan Weiqing, of course I wouldn't run away. We were just talking about it. If I really ran away, how much gratitude would you have left for me? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, there is one more thing I want to tell you. That is, if I ran away at the critical moment, you would very likely be killed in this battle. Yuan Weiqing, if I ran away at this time, what would you think? Don't forget that you were facing the danger of being killed, and you resolved this danger alone. If I came to you to ask for benefits, let me ask you, if it were you, would you give me benefits? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing felt a little guilty. He hurriedly said in a low voice, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, I know what you mean, but those conditions were agreed upon long ago. You can't go back on your words. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, what's the use of agreeing long ago? When we first started the battle, we had already made a plan. As for how we would execute it, we would wait until the overall plan was made before we took action. But you knew all of our plans, yet you still ran away. Does this count as what we agreed upon long ago? Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and continued with a sneer. Yuan Weiqing, since you can go back on your word, then I can go back on my word too. Don't you think so? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. He suddenly realized that Zhong Chunren's words really made sense. Being trustworthy depended on the person. Of course, he would be trustworthy to those who were trustworthy, but there was really no need to be trustworthy to those who were not trustworthy. Just like before the battle, Zhong Chunren had indeed agreed to his various conditions and agreed to help him cultivate martial arts. Both sides had basically reached an agreement. However, after that, both sides came up with a battle plan to let him stand in front. However, he had run away. Could this be considered as going back on his word? At that time, it was indeed very dangerous. Yi Tianhua's martial arts were very strong, and Yuan Weiqing was really scared. Without even thinking, he immediately ran away. This was clearly a breach of trust. In the middle of a battle, he had abandoned his comrades and escaped alone. No matter when, this kind of behavior would be looked down upon by others. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing suddenly realized that Zhong Chunren's untrustworthiness and refusal to fulfill his promise seemed to be very reasonable. If it were him, he would probably do the same. Zhong Chunren sighed when he saw Yuan Weiqing lowering his head in silence. Yuan Weiqing, you should leave now. I will definitely give you the 10,000 gold coins I promised you. At this point, Yuan Weiqing really had nothing to say. He was the one who went back on his word, so how could he blame Zhong Chunren for going back on his word? However, even though he knew this truth and knew that he was wrong, Yuan Weiqing did not immediately turn around and leave. This was because he knew that if he turned around and left, then he really would not get anything. Just like what Zhong Chunren said, in the end, he would only get the 10,000 gold coins. Other than that, he would not get anything else. Yuan Weiqing was really somewhat unwilling. He had suffered such a heavy injury, but he actually did not get anything. How could he be willing to accept this? Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I admit that I was wrong just now. I also do not want to explain anymore. I only want to say, Vice Hall Master Zhong, please give me another chance. Seeing that my arm is injured, I will not do the wrong thing again. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's pleading, Zhong Chunren sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, I am still not ruthless enough. After hearing what you said, I really do not have the heart to do it. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to reply and continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, how about this? I will give you another chance. Take the sword in your hand and kill Hall Master Shui. Then I will forgive you and treat it as if you did not run away just now. The conditions that I promised you before still count. How about it? Do you dare to go? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Hall Master Shui was shocked. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I am not talking about this matter. Apart from this matter, I will promise you anything. Don't worry, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I will definitely not disobey your orders. I will definitely satisfy you. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I said that I only want you to do this for me. I don't need you to do anything else. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. He sneered and continued, Yuan Weiqing, you asked me to give you a chance, so I will give you this chance. If you don't do it, you will lose this chance. Do you understand? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing involuntarily took a step back and said in a trembling voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, why? We are all from the Tanlei sect in the south region. Why do you want to kill Hall Master Shui? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, it's better that you don't know what you shouldn't know. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing sighed. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I don't know. I only know that the four of us are from the Tanlei sect in the south region. This time, we are here to seek justice for you. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing, but, seeing that the matter is already done, you want me to kill Hallmaster Shui. How can I understand? As soon as Yuan Weiqing finished speaking, LV Hushan, who had been lowering his head and silent, suddenly asked in horror, Vice Hallmaster Zhong, are you doing this for the position of Hallmaster? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Zhong Chunren nodded, LV Hushan, I didn't expect you to be so smart. You actually know what I'm thinking. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. That's right. Since you want to know, so what if I tell you? Haven't you realized that Hallmaster Shui is really not suitable to be our Hallmaster? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan frowned and asked doubtfully, Deputy Hallmaster Zhong, I think it's okay. Hallmaster Shui is honest and kind, and he treats his subordinates well. Is there anything wrong with what he did? Zhong Chunren sighed. For so many years, the Tanlei sect in the south region has neither expanded its territory nor expanded its reputation. It only relies on a few old customers to take care of our business. Even the Shadow Alliance, which relies on information to make a living, has a tendency to surpass us. Are you willing to accept this? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan frowned. Vice Hallmaster Zhong, this doesn't seem to be a big deal. Our Tanlei sect in the south region is different from the Shadow Alliance in the south region. They have more people and more connections. Naturally, they are more famous. There's nothing strange about this, right? Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. LV Hushan, you're wrong. Why isn't it strange? Don't forget what our Tanlei sect in the south region does. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer him. LV Hushan, our Tanlei sect in the south region has powerful firearms, and our martial arts are not weak. I still don't understand why the Shadow Alliance in the south region can surpass us with our strength. I really don't understand, and I'm really unwilling to accept this. Zhong Chunren suddenly turned around and pointed at Shui Zhijing in the distance. He sneered and said, I've told him about this long ago. I hope to expand the strength of our Tanlei sect in the south region, but he didn't listen. He still adhered to his own rules and refused to expand. Most importantly, it's fine if he doesn't want to expand, but he still wants to control me and make me become a mediocre person like him. I've endured it for so many years. Let me tell you, I can't take it anymore. If this continues, our Tanlei sect in the south region will be destroyed in her hands. Therefore, Shui Zhijing must be killed today. Even if you don't do it, he must be killed. Do you understand? Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at LV Hushan and said coldly, LV Hushan, I asked you to do this because I want to give you a chance. If you are willing to listen to me, then I will definitely agree to your conditions and help you cultivate the upper level of martial arts. But if you don't agree, then I'm sorry. You can escape if you don't keep your word, but I can also break my word to someone who doesn't keep his word. Do you understand? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan immediately fell silent. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he had nothing to say. In this battle, he didn't contribute much. In addition, he actually escaped in the end. Needless to say, Zhong Chunren was already being extremely benevolent by not looking for him to settle the score. It was precisely because he understood this that LV Hushan didn't dare to speak. However, he also didn't want to leave. He wanted to see what kind of result would come out of the negotiation between Yuan Weiqing and Zhong Chunren. He also wanted to see what benefits he could obtain from this result. At this moment, even if LV Hushan didn't get anything, at least he didn't lose anything. In this regard, he was much better than Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing had already been crippled by Yi Tianhua. Even if he went back to recuperate, he would still be crippled. Therefore, LV Hushan also believed that Yuan Weiqing would definitely negotiate with him. If he didn't, he would have to wait for a hard life when he went back. The truth was just as LV Hushan thought. Yuan Weiqing naturally didn't want to leave first. If he left, he knew better than anyone what would happen to him. Therefore, he couldn't leave. He still wanted to talk for a while and see if he could get some benefits to make up for his loss. Vice Hall Master Zhong, for the sake of my previous efforts, please give me a chance. This time, I definitely won't make a mistake. Please believe me. Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, now that things have come to this, how can I believe you? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing before continuing. Unless you can do this for me, you'd better leave quickly. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, Vice Hall Master Zhong, you know that Hall Master Shui has been good to me. If I were to kill him, I wouldn't be able to do it. Vice Hall Master Zhong, if you want me to do something else, I promise to do it for you. Zhong Chunren waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, don't say it. I don't want to hear it. I've already said that I don't need you to do anything else. I only want you to do this one thing. If you don't do it, please leave as soon as possible. Do you understand? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly shook his head and begged, Vice Hall Master Zhong, my arm has been seriously injured. You have to give me some compensation. Otherwise, what should I do in the future? Zhong Chunren sneered, Yuan Weiqing, I've already said that I'll give you 10,000 gold coins as compensation for your pitiful state. Are you still not satisfied? Yuan Weiqing sighed, Vice Hall Master Zhong, what can I do with 10,000 gold coins? I have so many people in my family. I'm afraid that it will be gone in less than 2 years. How can I do that? Seeing that Yuan Weiqing didn't want to do anything and didn't want to leave, Zhong Chunren was a little annoyed. He snapped, Yuan Weiqing, since you don't want to do anything for me, then leave quickly. If you don't blame me for being rude to you. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing was startled. He hurriedly waved his hand, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I don't mean any harm. I just want some compensation. Other than that, I won't hinder you. Vice Hall Master Zhong, please do whatever you want to do. I won't hinder you. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren couldn't help but frown. Yuan Weiqing, you really don't want to leave? Seeing that Zhong Chunren's face was a little ugly, Yuan Weiqing laughed and took a step back. He forced a smile and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I won't hinder you. Please do whatever you want to do. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to answer him, he turned to look at Yi Tianhua in the distance and said with a smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, do you want to deal with Yi Tianhua after we leave? Vice Hall Master Zhong, if that's the case, then you don't have to do it. I can do it for you. What do you think? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren frowned. Just as he was about to speak, LV Hushan suddenly said. Chapter 769. LV Hushan also said with a smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I can also help with this matter. I believe that with my means, no matter what request you have, Yi Tianhua will definitely agree. Yuan Weiqing also hurriedly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I also have no problem. As long as you let me help you, I will definitely let Yi Tianhua meet all your conditions. After hearing the two's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head and said with a sneer, these things can be done by anyone. I only want you to do that thing now. If you are willing to do it, I will give you another chance. If you don't do it, you will never have another chance. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, I'll count to 3 now. After I finish counting, if you still don't want to do it, then leave quickly. I don't want to see you again. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan's faces suddenly changed. Hearing Zhong Chunren counting in their ears, for a moment, they were speechless. 1, 2, 3. Well, I have given you the last chance. Now, even if you want to do it, I will not agree. After saying this, Zhong Chunren pointed to the distance and said coldly, hurry up and get lost. Don't let me see you again. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing's body suddenly trembled and he asked in a trembling voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, please give us a chance. Except for this matter, we are willing to do anything for you. Get lost. Zhong Chunren did not listen to him and directly roared. Seeing that Zhong Chunren was already angry, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan were suddenly shocked and could not help but take a few steps back. Zhong Chunren said with a sneer, hurry up and leave. Don't make me angry. Maybe, when the time comes, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing looked at each other and knew that the matter was irreversible. They could only sigh, turn around, and dejectedly walk away. Looking at the two's backs, Zhong Chunren sneered and did not speak again. Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan walked forward for a distance and suddenly stopped at the same time. They looked at each other and hurriedly turned their heads. After quite a while, LV Hushan turned around and looked at Yuan Weiqing as he sighed. Yuan Weiqing, are you willing to leave like this? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, I don't care. I didn't lose anything. But you lost an arm. If you leave like this, your life will be over. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, what can I do? Who asked us to run away just now? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan gritted his teeth and said, I didn't expect Deputy Hall Master Zhong's martial arts to be so high. If I had known this, I wouldn't have been in danger even if I didn't run away. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing felt even more uncomfortable. He couldn't help but sigh, if I had known this would happen, why would I have run away? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. At that time, when Yi Tianhua rushed over, to be honest, I was really a little scared. LV Hushan, you haven't fought with Yi Tianhua, so you don't know how powerful he is. LV Hushan, I sneak attacked Yi Tianhua before, so I naturally know how powerful he is. When I sneak attacked him, if it wasn't for my good luck, I might have been killed by him. When my arm was injured so badly, I didn't have much martial arts left. If I met Yi Tianhua again, I would definitely be killed by him. It's because of this reason that I was scared. LV Hushan, think about it. Deputy Hall Master Zhong has promised to help me practice martial arts. If I was killed by Yi Tianhua, how could I practice martial arts? Wouldn't it be a waste of this opportunity? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused and smiled bitterly before continuing, it's because I want to practice martial arts again that I don't want to be killed by Yi Tianhua, so I ran away subconsciously. However, I never expected that Deputy Hall Master Zhong's martial arts would be so high. He could still defeat Yi Tianhua when he was about to lose. It's really unexpected. If I had known this, why would I run away? Even if I stood still, Yi Tianhua couldn't hurt me. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan also sighed, no matter what the reason is, we ran away. Even if I leave the Tanlei sect in the South County, with my martial arts, I should be fine. But what about you? I'm afraid you won't have a good time in the future. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed. He raised his arm and looked at it. He then said with a wry smile, Deputy Hall Master Zhong is not to be blamed for being angry. If it were me, I would definitely be angry. LV Hushan waved his hand, Yuan Weiqing, what's the use of saying this now? Although you understand Deputy Hall Master Zhong, does he understand you? You lost your arm, so you're finished in the future. It seems that it's impossible for you to stay in the Tanlei sect in the South County in the future. When you leave the Tanlei sect in the South County, what will you do? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing smiled bitterly and shook his head, I don't know. It seems that I can only get the gold coins that Deputy Hall Master Zhong promised me and find a place to spend my old age in peace. Spend your old age in peace. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, do you think that you can spend your old age in peace with only 10,000 gold coins? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you, this is impossible. Even if you save 10,000 gold coins, you're lucky to be able to use them for 5 years. Do you really expect to use these 10,000 gold coins to spend your old age in peace? Yuan Weiqing sighed, LV Hushan, even if I can't, so what? Now, things are irreversible. It's because we ran away just now that Deputy Hall Master Zhong decided not to help us. With these 10,000 gold coins, We can think about the future in the future. LV Hushan shook his head and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, do you think that 10,000 gold coins can be more in the future? It's impossible. After 5 years, you'll know how to live without gold coins. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but frown. LV Hushan, what do you think we should do? Now that things have come to this, what can we do if Deputy Hall Master Zhong doesn't help us? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, LV Hushan suddenly sneered and turned his head to look at Xue Zhijing in the distance, but he didn't speak. Yuan Weiqing followed LV Hushan's gaze. After seeing clearly, he was shocked and asked in a trembling voice, LV Hushan, do you want to? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, LV Hushan waved his hand and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, you're wrong. It's not what I want to do, but what you want to do. Do you understand? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, you have to know that even if I leave the secret Thunder sect in the South County now, it won't be a big loss for me. Although my martial arts aren't very high, it's enough. I believe that no matter where I go, I can make a living. LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and suddenly sneered, I have no problem, but don't you have a problem? Don't forget that you've lost an arm and your martial arts are crippled. Even if you recover from your injury, your martial arts will definitely be much worse. At that time, what will you do? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was suddenly stunned. After a while, he reacted, looked up at LV Hushan and gritted his teeth. So you think that I have no other choice but to kill Hall Master Xue, right? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, LV Hushan sighed and said slowly, I don't know. I just feel that if you don't do this, your future life will be quite difficult. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question. Yuan Weiqing, if you do this, your life will change. Think about it, Vice Hall Master Zhong once promised you that he could help you stand up again and cultivate the highest level of martial arts. He wants you to reach the state of the one-armed Saber King. If you do this, Vice Hall Master Zhong will help you fulfill your wish and become a powerhouse of a generation again. At that time, you won't have to worry about your livelihood anymore because you've already become a powerhouse. There are better dreams waiting for you. Yuan Weiqing, do you know the identity of the one-armed Saber King in the South County? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Yuan Weiqing nodded silently but did not answer. LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, I believe you also know that when the one-armed Saber King's martial arts reach the great accomplishment stage, it will be the time for him to rise again. Now, in the South County, no matter who sees the one-armed Saber King, they will be very respectful. But if you think about it, if the one-armed Saber King does not cultivate martial arts again, then, can he obtain this glory? LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and sighed, Yuan Weiqing, your current situation is the same as the one-armed Saber Kings in the past. You also lost an arm. Although the one-armed Saber King lost an arm, he stood up again and became a powerhouse of a generation, respected by the world. But you, although your situation is the same as the one-armed Saber King, losing an arm, if you don't work hard, not only will no one respect you for the rest of your life, on the contrary, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for you, right? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed in his heart. He naturally knew that LV Hushan was absolutely right. His current situation was indeed the same as the one-armed Saber Kings in the past. However, the one-armed Saber King relied on various connections and finally cultivated peerless martial arts. And himself, if he lost the support of Vice Hall Master Zhong, then, what would happen to him? Yuan Weiqing did not dare to think about it because he knew that the life he would have to live in the future would be very difficult. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing could not help but let out a long sigh. LV Hushan, I know what I will face in the future, but, what can I do? LV Hushan, if Vice Hall Master Zhong agrees to let me do other things, I will definitely go through water and tread on fire, no matter how difficult it is, I will definitely complete it. But, Vice Hall Master Zhong wants me to kill Hall Master Xue, how can I do that? LV Hushan, Hall Master Xue is a very good person. After so many years, he has been very helpful to everyone. To be honest, my position as a protector was promoted by Hall Master Shui. LV Hushan, think about it, Hall Master Shui is so good to me, how can I kill him, don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, you think too much. I also admit that your position as a protector was indeed promoted by Hall Master Shui, but don't forget that your own conditions are enough, so he promoted you. I can guarantee you that if your martial arts are not enough, then Hall Master Shui will definitely not promote you, do you believe it? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, so, you don't need to thank Hall Master Shui for becoming the protector of the secret Thunder sect in the South region. This is all your own success, it has nothing to do with others, don't you understand? But if you delay the rest of your life because of this matter, I don't think it's worth it, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was suddenly stunned. He frowned and thought carefully for a while. He suddenly realized that LV Hushan's words seemed to make sense. Back then, when Hall Master Shui promoted him, he was indeed very grateful to Hall Master Shui and always wanted to repay his kindness. However, after hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly realized that his position as a protector really had nothing to do with Hall Master Shui's promotion. Most importantly, if his conditions were enough, Hall Master Shui would naturally promote him. However, if his conditions were not enough, Yuan Weiqing was certain that Hall Master Shui would definitely not promote him and let him become the protector of the secret Thunder sect in the South region. Since that was the case, didn't that mean that everything was obtained through his own efforts and had nothing to do with Hall Master Shui? Seeing Yuan Weiqing lowering his head and not saying anything, LV Hushan smiled slightly and continued, Yuan Weiqing, I think you should have thought it through. You can become the protector of the secret Thunder sect in the South region because of yourself. Chapter 770. LV Hushan said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, this is all due to your own efforts. It has nothing to do with others. Therefore, what you want to do has nothing to do with others. At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question. Instead, he sneered and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, do you understand now? As long as it's beneficial to you, it has nothing to do with others. Do you understand? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was suddenly stunned. After a while, he raised his head to look at LV Hushan and asked tentatively, LV Hushan, do you mean that I should listen to Vice Hall Master Zhong's suggestion and kill Hall Master Shui? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, LV Hushan shook his head and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, I don't mean anything. I just want to tell you not to have any psychological burden and do what's best for you. I think this is the most correct choice, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's face suddenly changed and he asked, LV Hushan, do you also think that I should do this? LV Hushan smiled and shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, I've already said that I don't mean anything. I just want to remind you that your current position is not due to your efforts. It can't hinder your decision. As for what you want to do, it's all up to you. What's best for you? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, if you do as Vice Hall Master Zhong says, what benefits can you get? Or, if you don't do as Vice Hall Master Zhong says, what benefits can you get? Yuan Weiqing, you should know better than me what's best for you, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed, of course I know what's best for me, but I still can't bear to do it. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, I know why you don't have the heart. However, don't you know what you've brought to yourself? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, if you don't do as Deputy Hall Chief Zhong says, I'm sure that you'll have a hard time in the future. Don't forget that your arm is already injured. It's almost impossible for you to recover your original martial arts. Since that's the case, you can only live the life of an ordinary person. However, your arm is already broken. Even if you live the life of an ordinary person, will you have a good time? Therefore, I can tell you for sure that if you don't follow Vice Hall Master Zhong's words, you will have a miserable life. Do you understand? But if you listen to Vice Hall Master Zhong and do as he says, your future life will be completely different. Think about it. Vice Hall Master Zhong promised you the spiritual medicine, the high-level martial arts, and the medicinal herbs that can change your martial arts talent. As long as you agree to do as Vice Hall Master Zhong says, you can get all of these things. If you're lucky, you might be able to cultivate the martial arts of the one-armed Saber King in a few years and become a respected expert. And all of this can be obtained just by doing one thing. Yuan Weiqing, I believe that you should know what to choose, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed in his heart, because he knew that what LV Hushan said was true. If he didn't do as Vice Hall Master Zhong said, even if LV Hushan didn't say it, Yuan Weiqing knew what kind of life he would face in the future. He was absolutely unwilling to face this kind of life. However, if he were to do as Vice Hall Master Zhong said, his life would undergo an earth-shattering change. Spiritual medicine that could increase one's strength, high-level martial arts manuals that many people dreamed of, and rare medicinal herbs that could increase one's martial arts talent. As long as he agreed to Vice Hall Master Zhong to kill Hall Master Shui, he could get all of these. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing's breathing became a little rapid. He suddenly realized that his persistence seemed to be meaningless. Although Hall Master Shui promoted him to be the protector of the Tanlei sect in the South County, as LV Hushan said, if he didn't work hard, Hall Master Shui wouldn't promote him. According to this, LV Hushan was right. All of this was due to his own hard work, and it had nothing to do with others. In this case, following Vice Hall Master Zhong's suggestion to kill Hall Master Shui didn't seem to have any psychological burden. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing was already a little tempted. He raised his head and was about to speak. Looking at LV Hushan, he suddenly had an idea and said with a smile, LV Hushan, I think we should forget about this matter. If you want, you can listen to Vice Hall Master Zhong's order and kill Hall Master Shui. I believe that you can also get what I want. Why don't you do it? I can give you these benefits. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned and hurriedly waved his hand. He said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, how can this be? These are all things that you deserve. How can I snatch them from you? Yuan Weiqing, you should do it. When you do it, you can naturally get those benefits. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused and continued, I only hope that after you get those benefits, you can become a person like the one-armed Saber King. Don't forget about me. Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, I won't do that. If you want, you can do it. I won't stop you. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer him, he sighed and continued. LV Hushan, after my arm was crippled, I no longer have any thoughts of being competitive. I only hope that I can live the rest of my life peacefully. That is enough. Yuan Weiqing turned to look at LV Hushan and said with a smile, LV Hushan, you're different from me. You're still young. If you fight for it, once you succeed, you'll get a lot of benefits. We're different. I don't want to take that risk anymore. When I go back and get the promised 10,000 gold coins, I'll start a small business and live the life of an ordinary person. LV Hushan, at that time, if you miss me, you can come and see me. I'll definitely entertain you with good wine and dishes. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned more tightly. After being silent for a while, he slowly asked, Yuan Weiqing, don't tell me you really don't want to fight for it. Yuan Weiqing shook his head, I don't want to. I've already thought it through. No matter what, it's still a lifetime. I'd better live a normal life. After hearing these words, LV Hushan sighed, Yuan Weiqing, although you're older than me, your vision isn't too far. Do you think it's so easy to live the life of an ordinary person? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer him, he snorted coldly and continued. Yuan Weiqing, don't forget how many people you've offended in the secret Thunder sect in the South region. There are also friends in the underworld. Don't you know how many people hate you? Once these people know that you want to live the life of an ordinary person and lose your martial arts, What do you think they'll do? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's expression suddenly changed, but he quickly recovered and waved his hand with a smile. LV Hushan, you don't have to worry about this. Even if I have many enemies, since I've lost my martial arts and left the underworld, I believe that even if they want to find trouble with me, they will definitely ignore a cripple like me when they see me like this. LV Hushan, thank you for your concern, but this is not a problem. It's nothing. I can handle it. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, I don't think so. You said that you can handle it. If your martial arts are still there, and you're the protector of the secret thunder sect in the south region, you can naturally handle it easily. But don't forget that you've lost your martial arts and are no longer the protector of the secret thunder sect in the south region. When they come to find trouble with you, how can you handle it? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he sneered and continued. Yuan Weiqing, do you still remember that we once defeated a group of bandits on the Black Mountain? I believe you know their temper. At that time, although we defeated them, we didn't eliminate them all. I remember that their bandit leader ran away. Yuan Weiqing, if you were still in the secret thunder sect in the south region and were still a protector, and your martial arts were still there, the bandit leader, Boss Lu, would definitely not be your match. It was precisely because of this reason that for so many years, the bandit leader only dared to hide and did not dare to find trouble with you. However, if he finds out that you've lost your martial arts and are no longer the protector of the secret thunder sect in the south region, have you ever thought about how the bandit leader, Boss Lu, will deal with you? LV Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, the bandit leader, Boss Lu, is definitely not a good person. You destroyed his stronghold and his brothers are all in your hands. I believe that he will definitely not let you off. Once he finds out about this news, I think your life will be very miserable, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's expression became very ugly. If LV Hushan had not mentioned it, he would have long forgotten about this person. However, LV Hushan had mentioned this person again, which made Yuan Weiqing finally feel fear in his heart. The bandit leader, Boss Lu, was an out-and-out bad person. At that time, there were some ores on the mountain they occupied, and these ores were urgently needed by the secret thunder sect in the south region. Therefore, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan brought people to destroy this group of bandits. It was just a group of bandits. Yuan Weiqing had never taken them seriously. He had really forgotten about them. However, now that he only had 10% to 20% of his martial arts left, if he really met the bandit leader, Boss Lu, Yuan Weiqing was a little terrified. He still clearly remembered that the bandit leader, Boss Lu, had once said something when he ran away. Although he had forgotten it at that time, he actually remembered it now. It was as if the bandit leader, Boss Lu's voice, was still echoing in his ears. Yuan Weiqing, just you wait. I, Boss Li, will be back. When the time comes, I will make you. Thinking of these words, Yuan Weiqing could not help but shiver. He suddenly realized that even if he wanted to leave the martial arts world, it would not be so easy because there were too many people who wanted to take revenge on him. The secret thunder sect in the south region was a sect that manufactured firearms, so they naturally needed a lot of ores. The reason why bandits were called bandits was because they were on the mountain. However, the mountains that these bandits occupied often had a lot of ores. The best way to safely obtain these ores was, of course, to chase these bandits away. Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan had done this kind of thing many times. In his impression, there were at least a dozen groups of bandits that had been wiped out by them. However, even if these bandits were wiped out, there would always be some smarter bandits who would immediately turn around and run away when the battle situation was not right. The bandits were very familiar with the terrain of the mountains. As long as they wanted to run, it would be very difficult to catch them. And if they ran away, they would be a hidden danger. If he still had his martial arts, if he was still the protector of the secret thunder sect in the south region, these small bandits would naturally be nothing. As long as they dared to come, none of them would be able to escape. However, if he lost his martial arts, he would no longer be the protector of the secret thunder sect in the south region. When these small bandits came, it would be a nightmare. Thinking that this nightmare would happen to him, Yuan Weiqing's forehead gradually broke out in cold sweat. Seeing Yuan Weiqing's appearance, LV Hushan sneered in his heart. He knew that Yuan Weiqing had already believed his words. Yuan Weiqing, I remember that when the leader of the bandits, Boss Lu, left, he said some harsh words to you. I just don't know if he really wants to take revenge or if he's just scaring you. At this point, LV Hushan paused and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing before continuing. Yuan Weiqing, do you think the leader of the bandits, Boss Lu, is he scaring you or does he want to take revenge on you? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Yuan Weiqing forced a smile and waved his hand. How would I know? Besides, this is something that happened a few years ago. Maybe the leader of the bandits, Boss Lu, has long forgotten about this matter. It's really hard for you to remember this matter. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan sighed and said slowly. Yuan Weiqing, is it true? Did the leader of the bandits, Boss Lu, really forget about this matter? But I don't think so. Back then, we killed so many of his brothers. Doesn't he hate me and want to take revenge on us? Chapter 771. Lu Hushan suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, I remember that when the bandit leader Boss Lu left, he was quite angry. He even swore that he would come back to take revenge on you. Yuan Weiqing, you haven't forgotten, have you? After hearing Lu Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Lu Hushan, how could that be? It's been so long. Maybe they've already forgotten about it. Otherwise, why haven't they come to me? Lu Hushan, you're thinking too much. Who would remember these things? Maybe the bandit leader Boss Lu has already found a new way to get rich and has already forgotten about me. Lu Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, for so many years, the bandit leader Boss Lu hasn't sought revenge on you. In my opinion, the main reason is that he's afraid of the secret Thunder sect in the South County. Don't forget that you're the protector of the secret Thunder sect in the South County. Even if he wants to seek revenge on you, he'll think of the power of the secret Thunder sect in the South County. Naturally, he won't dare to seek revenge on you, right? Speaking of this, Lu Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he snorted coldly and continued. Yuan Weiqing, but it's different now. You'll soon no longer be the protector of the secret Thunder sect in the South County. Most importantly, you'll soon become an ordinary person. In terms of martial arts, you can't beat the bandit leader Boss Lu. Moreover, you're no longer the protector of the secret Thunder sect in the South County. If he really comes to seek revenge on you, what will you use to resist? After hearing Lu Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed in his heart. He had to admit that Lu Hushan was completely right. It was definitely not that the bandit leader Boss Lu did not want to seek revenge on him. Back then, he had caused him to be in a miserable state. Even if he were the bandit leader Boss Lu, he would definitely not forget this hatred easily. The reason why he did not cause trouble for him was that he was afraid of the secret Thunder sect in the South County. After all, he was the protector of the secret Thunder sect in the South County. But now, thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sighed and said slowly, back then, I did cause a lot of trouble for the bandit leader, Big Boss Lu, but it has been so many years. Even if there is a grudge, it should be mostly forgotten. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for LV Hushan to reply. He gritted his teeth and continued to speak without waiting for LV Hushan's reply. Lu Hushan, if the bandit leader, Boss Lu, really comes looking for me, then I'll just let him take revenge. Speaking of which, I'll be the one benefiting, don't you think so? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, your thinking is too simple. Do you think you can make a profit? Humph, let me tell you, not only will you not be able to earn, I'm afraid you'll even lose, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing forced a smile and said, LV Hushan, how can I not earn? Don't forget, how many brothers does the bandit leader Boss LV have? LV Hushan suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, don't forget, how many family members do you have? Hearing this sentence, Yuan Weiqing's face suddenly became ugly. After a while, he sighed, LV Hushan, don't scare me. No matter what, this is between the two of us. How can he vent his anger on others? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, don't take my words seriously. I just said it casually. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he sighed and continued. Yuan Weiqing, although I said it casually, I'm worried that it will really happen. LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a bitter smile, Yuan Weiqing, I'm fine because I still have my martial arts. Even if the bandit leader boss LV really comes to me for revenge, I won't let him go back alive. But I'm worried about you. Back then, it was the two of us who did this. What if the bandit leader boss LV doesn't come to me and instead comes to you who lost your martial arts? At that time, what should we do? Have you thought about it? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's forehead immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He stood there in a daze for a while, then suddenly smiled and said, LV Hushan, if the bandit leader boss LV really comes to me for revenge, then he can come. After all, I'm already an ordinary person. If he really wants to do it, then I won't stop him. A real man. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I know that you have the guts and might do it. But I heard that your son is very young and very cute. I don't know if it's true. Normally, when LV Hushan talked about his son, Yuan Weiqing would proudly tell him, you are right. My son is not only smart, but also very filial. Although he is still young, he already knows how to add dishes for me. However, although Yuan Weiqing wanted to say it, he also knew that this was not the time for him to say it. Because, he also knew that these words were not what LV Hushan wanted to hear. Yuan Weiqing shook his head with a forced smile. He's just a child. There's nothing to say. LV Hushan shook his head and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, you're too modest. Although I haven't seen your son, I've heard of him. I heard that your son is very smart and very sensible. What a good child. At this point, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he sighed and continued. I just don't know if the bandit leader, boss LV, will let him go after seeing such a sensible child. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing could no longer hold it in and said with some annoyance, LV Hushan, what do you mean? Stop talking, I don't want to hear it. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing was angry, the smile on LV Hushan's face became wider. Yuan Weiqing, I don't mean anything else. I'm just concerned about you. I want to ask about your son's situation. Is there anything wrong with that? Yuan Weiqing sighed, stop talking about these things. I don't want to hear it anymore. LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, even if you don't want to hear it, don't you think about the consequences? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued. If you don't fight for it, you will definitely end up like what I said. When the bandit leader, boss LV, comes looking for you, even if you want to regret it, I'm afraid it will be too late. Yuan Weiqing, when the time comes, you can only watch the pain happen with your own eyes, without any way to stop it. I don't want to see you sad, so I want to remind you. Don't wait until you regret it before you remember what I said. Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at LV Hushan. After a while, he said coldly, LV Hushan, I know what you mean. You want me to deal with Hall Leader Shui, right? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, you misunderstood. I didn't say anything. I just asked you a few questions to express my concern for you. But if that's what you think, I can't stop you. After all, you're working hard for your family. No matter what you do is right or wrong, I have nothing to say. At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment before continuing, Yuan Weiqing, now that things have come to this, you will soon become an ordinary person, so I think that if you don't fight for your interests now, I'm afraid you won't have another chance after you walk out of here. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, no matter what, Hall Leader Shui promoted me and made me the protector of the secret Thunder sect in the South County. Whether he remembers me or not, I can remember Hall Leader Shui's kindness to me. It's impossible for me to do that. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan nodded and immediately gave him a thumbs up. He said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, I was right about you. You are indeed a benevolent and righteous person. As long as someone benefits you, you won't forget it. I really admire you." After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered and said, "LV Hushan, since you admire me, then don't say anything." "I won't do that." LV Hushan nodded. "Yuan Weiqing, what you want to do is your own choice. I won't care. However, I just want to remind you that although Hall Leader Shui has done you a favor, what did your family do to you? You didn't let Hall Leader Shui down, but you let your family down. I can tell you clearly that the bandit leader, Boss LV, will definitely take revenge on you. At that time, how will you protect your family?" At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him and continued speaking. "Yuan Weiqing, in my opinion, if you want to protect your family, you can only do as Deputy Hall Leader Zhong says. Only in this way can you practice martial arts again and protect your family." LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said again and again, "Yuan Weiqing, you can also protect your sensible son. Do you understand?" After hearing this, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. "LV Hushan, why don't you do it? You won't lose your martial arts, but don't tell me you don't want to improve your martial arts to the next level. I don't believe it. You must want to use me to deal with Hall Leader Shui and then profit from it, right?" At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer him and continued speaking. "LV Hushan, my position as a protector was promoted by Hall Leader Shui. Wasn't your position promoted by Hall Leader Shui? Speaking of which, Hall Leader Shui is not only kind to me, but also to you. LV Hushan, is it because of this that you don't want to do it and want me to do it?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan's expression suddenly changed, but he quickly returned to normal. "Yuan Weiqing, how can you think like that? I've already said that I'm different from you. You've basically lost your martial arts, but I haven't lost anything. Although I've lost my position as a protector of the secret Thunder sect in South County, with my martial arts, I can go anywhere. I'm worried about you. Once you lose your martial arts, the consequences will be unimaginable, right?" Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. "What if I don't do this?" LV Hushan shook his head and said with a smile, "Yuan Weiqing, this is your business. It's useless for you to tell me. I just want to remind you that if you leave now, you won't be able to come back. At that time, don't regret it." After hearing this, Yuan Weiqing fell silent. He kept thinking about what LV Hushan said just now. Although LV Hushan wanted to use him, did he have any other way? LV Hushan was right. As long as he walked a little further and walked out of this place, it would be too late to regret. To be honest, Yuan Weiqing was also very clear that even if he didn't do it himself, Vice Hall Leader Zhong would do it himself. The reason why Vice Hall Leader Zhong didn't do it was because the two of them were present. He didn't want to be seen by others, so he didn't do it. Yuan Weiqing was sure that as long as he walked a little further, Vice Hall Leader Zhong would definitely kill Hall Leader Shui when he couldn't be seen. At that time, even if he regretted it, he might not have the chance to. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing's heart suddenly moved. He found that he was actually a little tempted. He secretly turned his head to look at Hall Leader Shui in the distance. He kept thinking, if I kill Hall Leader Shui, what will happen? Yuan Weiqing thought carefully again and suddenly realized that even if he killed Hall Leader Shui, it didn't seem to have any effect. First of all, no one here saw it. Although there were outsiders present, these outsiders had all been caught. Even Yi Tianhua, who was strong in martial arts, was no exception. Moreover, Yuan Weiqing was sure that as long as Vice Hall Leader Zhong caught Yi Tianhua wouldn't be able to leave this place for the rest of his life. In this case, didn't it mean that even if he killed Hall Leader Shui, no one would know? Although Vice Hall Leader Zhong also knew that he killed Hall Leader Shui, Vice Hall Leader Zhong would never say such a thing. It seemed that even if he killed Hall Leader Shui, in the eyes of outsiders, Hall Leader Shui might be killed by Yi Tianhua. This meant that even if he killed Hall Leader Shui, it didn't seem to have anything to do with it. Most importantly, if he really killed Hall Leader Shui, he would get a lot of benefits at that time. There were many spiritual herbs that could increase one's strength, high-level martial arts secret books, and medicinal herbs that could change one's martial arts talent. All of these could be obtained by him. As long as he got these good things, he could practice martial arts again. At that time, not only could he protect his family, but he would also have a better future. As for the revenge of the bandit leader, Boss Lu, it wasn't a problem at all. Chapter 772. Yuan Weiqing suddenly realized that as long as he agreed to Vice Hall Master Zhong's conditions, his life would change drastically. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would be a world of difference. However, was he really going to do that? Was he really going to listen to Vice Hall Master Zhong's suggestion and kill Hall Master Shui? LV Hushan saw Yuan Weiqing lowering his head and keeping silent. His expression was constantly changing. He could not help but sneer in his heart, but his face was still full of smiles. Yuan Weiqing, actually, I didn't intend to tell you these words, but seeing you like this, I really can't bear not to say it. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused before continuing, of course, it's up to you to do what you want, so I won't be participating. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing came to his senses. LV Hushan was still standing beside him. Yuan Weiqing pondered in his heart. If he did not do this, would LV Hushan do it? LV Hushan was right. He was now crippled, but LV Hushan was fine. Even if the two of them left the secret Thunder sect in the South County, the rest of his life would definitely not be easy. However, LV Hushan seemed to be fine. LV Hushan's martial arts were still there. Even if he could no longer be a protector, no matter where he went, as long as he had martial arts, he would definitely not do badly. In that case, wouldn't LV Hushan definitely not do it? No. Yuan Weiqing frowned and thought in his heart. How could he make LV Hushan do it? As long as LV Hushan did it, he could sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Perhaps, he would only get half of the benefits, or even less. So what? At least he would not have to worry about his life in the future. However, how could he make LV Hushan do it? Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing raised his head and looked at LV Hushan. He asked with a smile, LV Hushan, are you not tempted by those precious elixirs and martial arts manuals? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered in his heart, but he still maintained a smile on his face. Yuan Weiqing, how could I not be tempted? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused before continuing, however, compared to you, it doesn't matter whether I have those things or not. Yuan Weiqing, you, on the other hand, need those things more than I do. With those things, your future will be better, but without those things, your life won't be easy. So, for the sake of our friendship, I've decided to give this opportunity to you. I hope you won't miss this opportunity. Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, although I also want to seize this opportunity, you also know that practicing martial arts is really a headache for me. Just like what Vice Hall leader Zhong said, I really don't want to practice in such a secret room for many years. LV Hushan, you also know that I have a son. My son is still young. How can I leave him to cultivate in the secret chamber alone? So after thinking for a long time, I decided to give up this opportunity. LV Hushan, if you are willing, you can do it. I will give this opportunity to you. What do you think? LV Hushan shook his head and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, I have already said that with my current martial arts, even if I don't practice martial arts anymore, although I can't reach the status of the one-armed Saber King, my life will definitely not be bad. Yuan Weiqing, compared to me, you are too far away. Once you lose this opportunity, I can guarantee you that your life will be as miserable as it can be. Yuan Weiqing, are you willing to live such a life? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, how can that be? I have the gold coins that Vice Hall leader Zhong gave me. As long as I use these gold coins to do a small business, I will naturally live a good life. Lu Hushan smiled and nodded. Yuan Weiqing, maybe your life will be okay, but don't forget, once you lose your martial arts, the head of the bandits, Boss Lu, will definitely not let you off. Yuan Weiqing, I heard from my disciples that they seem to have seen the bandit leader Boss Lu near the Tanlei sect in the South County. LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, Why do you think the bandit leader Boss Lu would appear near the Tanlei sect in the South County? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. Really? Has anyone really seen the bandit leader Boss Lu? Lu Hushan nodded. Why would I lie to you? At that time, when my disciples told me about this matter, I didn't take it seriously. At that time, our martial arts were still there. Even if the bandit leader Boss Lu appeared near us, what could he do to us? That's why I never told you about this matter. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused before continuing. However, the situation is different now. You have lost your martial arts. Now, the bandit leader Boss Lu is a great threat to you. That's why I said it. You should prepare early so that when the bandit leader Boss Lu finds you, you won't know. That's not good. After hearing LV Hushan's words, the cold sweat on Yuan Weiqing's forehead that had just dissipated emerged again. After a while, Yuan Weiqing said in a trembling voice, maybe the bandit leader Boss Lu has something to do near the Tanlei sect in the South County. He might not be here for us. You might be thinking too much. He's not here to cause trouble for us. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan nodded and said with a smile, is that so? Maybe you're right. The bandit leader Boss Lu has turned over a new leaf. Maybe he's doing some small business near the Tanlei sect in the South County like you. He has long forgotten about us. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded. That's right. How can he always remember us? Although there is a grudge between us, it has been so long. Maybe he has long forgotten about it. LV Hushan nodded. That's right. How can he remember this for so long? Besides, it's not a big deal. We just killed his brothers and occupied his territory. Speaking of this, Lu Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said in a low voice, I remember that we didn't return the belongings of the bandit leader, Boss Lu. It seems that the two of us split it equally. Do you still remember? LV Hushan waved his hand. However, don't worry. Even if we split some of his belongings, he definitely won't remember it. Maybe he has already earned more gold coins. How can he remember those belongings? Don't you think so? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing's face turned even uglier. When he defeated the bandit leader Boss Lu, the harvest was really rich. He occupied the bandit leader Boss Lu's territory, killed his brothers, robbed his belongings, and finally injured the bandit leader Boss Lu. The bandit leader Boss Lu could survive because he was knocked off the cliff by Yuan Weiqing. Therefore, he was lucky enough to escape this time. Otherwise, even he couldn't escape. LV Hushan continued with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, the hatred between us isn't very deep. It shouldn't be a big problem. Even if the bandit leader Boss Lu comes looking for us, as long as we talk it out, it shouldn't be a problem. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing forced a smile and nodded. Yeah, there is no unsolvable hatred. As long as we apologize to him, he should forgive us. LV Hushan suddenly sighed. Yuan Weiqing, if you were in this situation, would you forgive us? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but frown. LV Hushan continued, Yuan Weiqing, you have to think about it this way. If the bandit leader Boss Lu was us and he brought people to kill your family, then robbed your belongings and occupied your house. In the end, he even seriously injured you. If you didn't run fast enough, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to escape. At this point, LV Hushan's tone paused. He turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and continued, Yuan Weiqing, if it were you, would you forgive the bandit leader Boss Lu? After hearing this, Yuan Weiqing only felt that the veins on his forehead began to bulge. He suddenly realized that the hatred between him and the bandit leader Boss Lu was absolutely impossible to resolve. Just like what LV Hushan said just now, if the two sides were switched, and Boss LV, the bandit leader, occupied his house, killed his family, and robbed his money, was it really possible to forgive this kind of hatred? Impossible. Yuan Weiqing secretly gritted his teeth. This kind of hatred was absolutely impossible to resolve. No matter what method he used, even if he knelt down and apologized, there was absolutely no way to forgive him. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing let out a long sigh and said slowly, LV Hushan, I know that the bandit leader Boss Lu won't let me go. So, I feel that I have to leave the South County and go somewhere else. I believe that the bandit leader Boss Lu will definitely not find me. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan nodded and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, choosing to leave the South County is also a good idea. I think that the bandit leader Boss Lu won't keep tracking you, right? Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. LV Hushan, what do you mean by this? Could it be that even if I leave the South County, the bandit leader Boss Lu still won't let me go? LV Hushan shook his head. Who knows? Whether the bandit leader Boss Lu will chase you or not depends on the hatred between you two. Is it worth it for him to chase you? Don't you think so? Yuan Weiqing, do you think that the hatred between you two is not worth it for him to chase after you? Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, when will revenge end? I believe that as long as I leave the South County, the bandit leader Boss Lu will definitely not chase after me again. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer him. LV Hushan, on the other hand, if I leave the South County, you will be the only one left here. What if the bandit leader Boss Lu sees that you are the only one left? Will he think of a way to deal with you? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan waved his hand and suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, don't worry about me. Even if the bandit leader Boss Lu comes to find trouble with me, do you think that with his martial arts, he can be my match? At this point, LV Hushan paused and snorted coldly before continuing, if the bandit leader Boss Lu doesn't come to find me, I can still let him go once. If he dares to come to find me, don't blame me for being ruthless. LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, thank you for your concern. I'm fine. My martial arts are still there. How can the bandit leader Boss Lu be my match? Speaking of which, you have to be more careful. Yuan Weiqing, you have to be careful. Your family is relying on you to protect them. What if the bandit leader, Boss Lu, really finds you? You must hold on. Don't let him hurt your family. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, I'm going to leave secretly. I believe that the bandit leader Boss Lu won't be able to find me. At this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words. LV Hushan, you have to be careful. Although the bandit leader Boss Lu's martial arts are not as good as yours, it's easy to dodge an open knife, but difficult to defend against a hidden arrow. The bandit leader Boss Lu is a cunning character. If he comes up with a plan to deal with you, with your current martial arts, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist it. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, how is this possible? It's not like you don't know my martial arts. How can the bandit leader Boss Lu be my match? Yuan Weiqing, I'm fine. What worries me the most is you. You've lost your martial arts. I'm afraid you're even worse than an ordinary person. If the bandit leader Boss Lu really finds you, what will you do? Yuan Weiqing, I'm worried about you just thinking about it. Do you understand? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed in his heart. He knew that LV Hushan's worry was fake, but his worry was real. He had lost his martial arts. If the bandit leader Boss Lu really couldn't find him, he really wouldn't be able to deal with him. Although the bandit leader Boss Lu wasn't very tall, it was more than enough to deal with an ordinary person. Lu Hushan saw Yuan Weiqing lowering his head and not saying anything. He suddenly sighed, Yuan Weiqing, you're thinking too much. Now, the bandit leader Boss Lu is such a big threat to you, but you still don't know how to make a choice. Yuan Weiqing, think about it carefully. If you agree to Vice Hall Master Zhong, the bandit leader Boss Lu's problem can be easily solved. But if you don't agree, the bandit leader Boss Lu will definitely find trouble with you. At that time, what will you use to resist? Yuan Weiqing, you feel that you're very noble now, so think about it. Are you worthy of your family? Are you worthy of your son? You're worthy of everyone. The only person you're worthy of is yourself. But I believe that it won't be long before the bandit leader Boss Lu comes looking for you. At that time, what will you do? Chapter 773. Yuan Weiqing sneered and had to say, at that time, It will be because of your thoughts that it will lead to this bitter outcome. Yuan Weiqing, wake up. Don't be stubborn. Otherwise, you won't be the only one who will be hurt. Your family will be hurt as well. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing's face turned pale. Although he knew that what LV Hushan said was true, he didn't want to be used by LV Hushan. At this point, Yuan Weiqing had already seen that LV Hushan wanted to use him to do this, but could he really do it? Yuan Weiqing didn't want to do this because once he did it, there would be no chance for him to regret. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. LV Hushan, my arm is injured now and I can't use my martial arts. If you are willing to do as Deputy Hall Leader Zhong said, you should do it. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, are you really not afraid that the bandit leader boss LV will come to settle accounts with you? Yuan Weiqing sighed. So what if I am afraid? I can only resign myself to fate. I think that as long as I am careful, the bandit leader boss LV won't be able to find me so easily. LV Hushan suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, do you want to hide for the rest of your life? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. This isn't hiding. I just want to live an ordinary life. LV Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I don't understand. You know what the result is. So why are you still so stubborn? Yuan Weiqing, you only need to do as Deputy Hall Leader Zhong said and these problems will be easily solved. Is there anything wrong with this? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued to speak. I understand that you're worried about Hall Master Shui and feel that you're letting him down by doing this. However, I've already told you that you have nothing to do with him. Everything you have is obtained through your own hard work. It has nothing to do with Hall Master Shui. Yuan Weiqing, if I were you, I would do it without hesitation. Because only by doing this can you live a better life in the future. Don't you understand? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hesitated for a second before shaking his head once again. LV Hushan, I'm old. I don't want to work hard anymore. I just want to live a commoner's life. If so, why should I follow Deputy Head Zhong's order? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, have you really decided? Yuan Weiqing nodded. I've decided. Lu Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing, even if you meet the bandit leader boss Lu in the future, won't you regret it? Hearing this question, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. No regrets. Lu Hushan suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, even if the bandit leader boss Lu snatches your son away, won't you regret it? Hearing LV Hushan mention his son again, Yuan Weiqing was a little annoyed. He clenched his fists. LV Hushan, I said that I won't regret it. If you want to do it, then do it. No one will stop you. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan suddenly stretched out his hand and clapped. Yuan Weiqing, you're really good. For yourself, you don't even care about your family. I really admire you. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused. He suddenly sneered and continued, Yuan Weiqing, if your decision is known by your family, what will they think? Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. LV Hushan, this is my business. You don't have to worry about it. LV Hushan nodded. Yuan Weiqing, I don't want to care about your business. I'm just wondering if your family will thank you or hate you when they know what you do. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. I guess they will hate you because you don't care about them for yourself. For a selfish person like you, do you think your family will still stay by your side? Yuan Weiqing, this is impossible. I can tell you for sure that your family will definitely leave you and look for someone who can protect them. At that time, your family will leave you. You will have no family anymore. You will be alone. Even if you live an ordinary life, what's the fun in that? No. Yuan Weiqing's words were almost shouted. LV Hushan, don't talk nonsense. How can they leave me? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused. He took a few quick breaths and continued, what's more, we already have a son. Don't they even want me as their father? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, to be honest, since you can't protect them, then what's the use of you as their father staying? Yuan Weiqing turned his head and glared fiercely at LV Hushan. He said angrily, LV Hushan, don't say any more. I don't want to hear it anymore. LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, even if you don't want to hear it, I have to say it. In any case, we are friends. How can I not remind you of some things? Yuan Weiqing, if I don't make it clear today, you might hate me in the future. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head coldly. No need, LV Hushan. Even if you don't say anything today, I won't blame you. LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, although you won't blame me, my conscience can't get over it. So, there are some things that will definitely happen. I will definitely tell you so that you won't regret it. But it will be too late. Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth and sneered. LV Hushan, since you want to say it, I won't stop you. However, you have already said so much. Are you done? LV Hushan shook his head. How is this possible? We just started. I haven't said the important things yet. Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered. LV Hushan, since you haven't finished, then you can continue. I am listening here. LV Hushan smiled and nodded. Yuan Weiqing, this is more like it. What I said is absolutely for your good. Maybe you don't understand now, but in the future, you will thank me. Yuan Weiqing sneered and nodded. LV Hushan, no need to say in the future. I am very grateful to you now. Please continue. LV Hushan laughed. Yuan Weiqing, since you are begging me, then I won't be polite. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing just sneered and didn't answer. LV Hushan didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, since you want to listen, let's continue the topic just now. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused and continued. Yuan Weiqing, after your family leaves, they will definitely go to other families in order to survive. At that time, your son will no longer be your son. I am afraid that he will become someone else's son. At that time, when you see your son in someone else's house and become someone else's son, I wonder if you will feel good in your heart. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly waved his fist and punched towards LV Hushan. LV Hushan had already expected this move. He just took a step back slightly and stretched out his hand to block the punch. Then, he took another step forward and stretched out his other hand to grab Yuan Weiqing's throat. Seeing that LV Hushan dared to attack him, Yuan Weiqing sneered and raised his arm to block. Then, he retracted his other fist and wanted to hit again. However, before Yuan Weiqing retracted his fist, he suddenly exclaimed. It was because at the critical moment just now, he forgot that his arm was broken. When he raised his hand to block, he couldn't block LV Hushan's fist. LV Hushan actually grabbed his throat directly. Yuan Weiqing, you lost. LV Hushan grabbed Yuan Weiqing and pressed him gently. He immediately retracted his hand and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, have you forgotten? You are no longer my opponent now. Yuan Weiqing stared blankly at LV Hushan's retracted arm. Suddenly, he felt like crying. In the past, LV Hushan was definitely not his opponent. It could even be said that the difference was too big. However, just now, LV Hushan easily grabbed his throat and defeated him. Although it was because he underestimated his opponent, Yuan Weiqing finally understood that even if he didn't underestimate his opponent, he was absolutely not LV Hushan's opponent. The person who had been defeated by him in the past could now easily defeat him. Just now, although Yuan Weiqing knew that his martial arts were about to be crippled, he only knew about it. He had not really experienced the pain of losing his martial arts. Now, he understood that without his martial arts, he was no longer LV Hushan's opponent. Yuan Weiqing thought of the bandit leader, Boss Lu, and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. If the bandit leader, Boss Lu, really wanted to settle the score with him, what should he do? With his current martial arts, Yuan Weiqing was sure that he was definitely not the bandit leader, Boss Lu's opponent. What should he do? Yuan Weiqing was sure that once the bandit leader, Boss Lu, found him, his whole family would probably fall into the hands of the bandit leader, Boss Lu. What should he do then? The more Yuan Weiqing thought about it, the more frightened he became. The cold sweat on his forehead also became more and more. Soon, it condensed into large beads of sweat and flowed down his forehead. Looking at Yuan Weiqing's appearance, LV Hushan sneered in his heart. He knew that his move just now had successfully suppressed Yuan Weiqing. Since Yuan Weiqing was afraid, then the next thing would naturally be easy to handle. Thinking of this, LV Hushan coughed lightly and said with a smile, "Yuan Weiqing, now you understand my painstaking efforts, right?" Although Yuan Weiqing heard LV Hushan's question, he acted as if he did not hear it and still stood there in a daze. LV Hushan sighed, "Yuan Weiqing, I think you also know that I am not lying to you. With your current martial arts, you are definitely not my opponent. The bandit leader, Boss Lu's martial arts is not much worse than mine. If he really found you, it would be a simple matter to want to restrain you. Yuan Weiqing, when the bandit leader, Boss Lu, catches you, what will happen to your family? Yuan Weiqing, I know that you are not afraid of anything. Even if you are caught by the bandit leader, you are not afraid. But is your family not afraid? Don't forget, there is still such a young child. He needs your protection, but you can't protect him. Yuan Weiqing, don't you feel guilty?" Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's heart trembled. If the bandit leader, Boss Lu, really found his family, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yuan Weiqing was well aware of Boss Lu's temper. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a bandit leader. Yuan Weiqing did not dare to imagine what such a person would do because he was now a weakling. In front of the bandit leader, Boss Lu, he simply had no power to resist. Once the bandit leader, Boss Lu, found him, it would definitely be a nightmare. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing let out a long sigh, but he still did not speak because he did not know what to say. Seeing Yuan Weiqing heaving a deep sigh, LV Hushan revealed a faint smile as he guided Yuan Weiqing patiently. "Yuan Weiqing, actually, it's very simple to solve this problem. As long as you follow Deputy Head Zhong's instructions, everything will be easily solved. Not only can it solve this problem, but it can also give you great benefits. Think about it, how many people like the one-armed saber king in the entire South County? Once you become such a person, you will be an existence that we look up to. Yuan Weiqing, think about it. On one hand, you have to become a top existence in the South County. On the other hand, you have to hide from the bandit leader, Boss Lu. Think about it carefully. What will you choose?" After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed again. "LV Hushan, I can't agree to let me deal with Hall Master Xue. No matter what you say, I won't do it." Seeing that Yuan Weiqing was still so stubborn, LV Hushan was really annoyed and sneered. "Yuan Weiqing, no one is forcing you to do it if you don't want to. However, don't you think about what will happen to you once the bandit leader, Boss Lu, finds you?" Yuan Weiqing shook his head with a bitter smile. "LV Hushan, don't say any more. I know that once the bandit leader, Boss Lu, finds me, I will definitely not have a good ending." At this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused before he continued, "Now that things have come to this, I can only conceal my identity and try my best to avoid him." LV Hushan let out a sigh. "Yuan Weiqing, you're too stubborn. How could you make such a simple thing so complicated? As long as you follow Deputy Hall Chief Zhong's instructions, the problem will be solved." Yuan Weiqing shook his head and turned to look at LV Hushan. He sighed, "LV Hushan, don't say any more. I think it's better for you to do this. You also know that I have lost my martial arts. I can't even beat you, so how can I be Hall Master Xue's opponent?" You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,